I won't tolerate weakness.
It cleanses the body. The Emperor sets my path. Ministration is a holy
I'll
task.
live another day.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. Let's patch you up.
Thank you. Now where were we?
This wound will make a fine scar.
I stand in recognition.
Hey, welcome. Looks like you're choosing to watch YouTube today, rather than Twitch. How's the audio sounding? You can't tell yet? Guess I'll probably need to talk a bit more. There's not a lot of game audio going on at the moment. Just some basic ambient noises. Well, that's fair. Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. We left off on this ice world that we were exploring. We tried to use this transmitter to figure out what was going on, and we're suddenly attacked by a bunch of turrets that look, to my eye, Eldari, which I guess shouldn't be terribly surprising, because we started heading towards this sector of space because we have a quest from, I guess 2 quests. One from a rumor that was something about the Forgotten Twin sector. I forget which rumor. But then we also have a quest for Irilet, telling us to go to the Forgotten Twins. So I was heading there for both. But if the Forgotten Twins, which is like the next star system over, has some Eldari something going on, I shouldn't be surprised we found Eldari stuff here. But we dealt with the turrets. It was a bit of a rough fight. Now let's check out this transmitter and see what else is going on in this world before we move on, slowly making our way to the Forgotten Twins. An unsettling structure adorned in strange masks vaguely resembles the antenna of a powerful transmitter. At its base, you see a cogitator and a few other devices. It seems that some part of the structure is buried underground. 85%, that is not great. Investigate the entire structure. Still successful. It's always weird when Pascal, who is super good at tech, doesn't have a 100% chance. Like those, I expect him to just succeed all the time. You identify a number of elements of the structure. The long-range antenna of a design standard for Imperial colonies, the cogitator, the Eldari beacon, and half a dozen other devices of varied origin. They all have one thing in common. The tech is designed to transmit basic signals to neighboring space, the most common being requests for assistance and ship distress codes. So someone loaded this miserable place with transmitters from various races in the hope that someone would land here and run into their welcoming committee. Clever. I saw similar tactics used in my years in the Navy. True, in a war zone, you are usually on high alert. You don't just hair off after a lone distress signal. But in an isolated place like this, you expect the most likely scenario, just a ship that had to make an emergency landing. It looks like plenty fell for it. Noticing the interest with which Pascal is surveying the construct, Heinrich asks, "Are you studying the device? Isn't its very existence a violation of the protocols of assembly?" The tech priest's tone is pensive and his visor flashes. This statement is true. This construct has been assembled in contravention of canon law and must certainly be disassembled, but not quite yet. But who would set such an indiscriminate trap? One intended to lure in Eldari and humans at anyone else? Who is an enemy to everyone and everything? Force access to the cogitator. There, Pascal has a 100% chance. Or we can just blow it up iconoclast. Is that saying we have enough iconoclast that we could do this option? Not necessarily that it is an iconoclast choice. I don't think we've seen this check mark next to a choice before. But I think we'll try and learn what we can from it with the logics test first before we blow it up. But we're probably going to blow it up. You managed to penetrate the cogitator's defenses. Its function is rather simple. The program is designed to activate the transmitter once every 5 years and send out a ship distress signal into space. Once every 5 years. That is a very... Like, if this was just a trap to try and bring people in just to kill them, every 5 years is just a really slow trap. Turn it off permanently or blow it up. I see no reason not to blow it up. Turning it off means someone could just turn it back on. Unless Pascal is still wanting to research it. But I assume we can blow it up after he's finished. Yeah, blow it up. You set the charge carefully. Without a doubt, the structure will be destroyed with expert precision along with the underground part. Okay, and that did gain us some iconoclast experience.
I did it.
Of course you did. We should sniff around here some more, Lord Captain. There should be a bunker, a control room, or something else that was used by whoever set the trap. Maybe we should have explored around first, found said bunker and what was going on, because we just blew up whatever the lower portion of this was. And there's probably more information we could have gained if we had found that. The explosion exposes the channel of a cable leading away from the transmitter. This is probably not the only element of the trap. Alright, we should probably disarm these, because I left them at the end of the episode, and then when I was regrouping, people just walked across all the traps and took lots of damage. So I think I am just going to try and get rid of all these before they become a problem. Is it giving us experience for it? It is. Even better. Well, then Pascal, you take care of them all. And then we can actually wander around. Ow. Right, you don't have Medicae.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
My frail organics require this.
We'll need to give you another medkit, because you have run out again. Oh, my inventory is too full. There they are. And then after we've gotten rid of all the traps, we can then look at all the things without worry.
My success is an irrefutable
Victory awaits!
certainty.
Alright, inspect the wreckage.
The machine god grants me insight.
Spiral Black Obscura. Assortment of Drukhari barbed needles. Okay, Drukhari. Which is not surprising when we were trying to figure out who would be an enemy to Eldari and humans. Because Drukhari are their own special subset of Eldari, I think.
Operation successful.
Psychoactive Gem, Empty Soul Trap.
A new challenge for me?
I don't know what a soul trap is, but I know Eldari are very focused about what happens to their souls after they die.
With multifunctionality.
So I'm wondering if the Drukhari have means to trap a soul of an Eldari to use some other way.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
So I think this is where we came from. Skeleton is decayed tech priest robes. In decayed tech priest robes is missing its right leg. Judging by what remains of the bones, the leg was hacked off. It seems the person was still alive when it happened, and they reached this spot by crawling rather than by walking.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The machine god grants me insight.
Lots of good xenotech that we're picking up. Only 75% to unlock it. Alright, Pascal, give it a shot.
Operation successful.
So this requires Eldari or Drukhari weapon proficiency, which means it could be used by names. Earlet. It's been a week. So it's a shuriken pistol. So not crazy damage or high range, but good rate of fire. And then heavy armor. +2 deflection against non-human enemies. Additional property gives you 5 more wounds. 5 wounds is nice, but I think the only one who can wear heavy armor is Abelard. Maybe Heinrich. I guess let's see. Abelard can. Just Abelard. And he's already got 70 health, so I don't think 5 is that crazy. But the rest of the numbers are actually all better. But it's made of xenomesh, which I don't know what xenomesh is, but I'm guessing it's some xeno thing, which means he probably wouldn't be thrilled to wear it. But I'm going to make him wear it anyway, because it is an upgrade for him. More armor deflection, more armor, same dodge penalty. Looks fine. And maybe xenomesh isn't anything heretical. It just sounds like it.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
The bone structure indicates that these belonged to an Eldari, not a human.
It's about time.
Error. Making adjustments.
You failed your Lord Xenos. Turret is seriously damaged. Nothing of value can be gained from it now. Presumably that applies to everyone. Well, that's a shame. So they said the cables pointed to a deeper section. Is that... kind of looks like it would be here, but I guess not. Where have we not explored? No, we've kind of been everywhere. I think.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So that's, I think that's the path we came in through. But I did think there were two different paths that led into this area. Maybe I'm misremembering.
That's a naval service. That was barely a challenge.
Okay. We already looked at this last week. I think. Yeah, the two skeletons.
None shall stand in my way.
So where did this go? Okay, this was just an overlook, not a way in or out. Just allows us to see down here. Okay. I guess there really is nothing else for us to do. Maybe there would have been if I hadn't blown it up. But it seems like we are done in this area. Or maybe it'll point to another location we can land on the planet. That'll be now available. So if we go back to the ice world. Now we've got our Promethium extraction, and then that's the distress signal we just dealt with. Which I guess is now done. And I think we've already scanned... yeah, we've already scanned both of these worlds, so I think we are done with this system. So the Forgotten Twins is where we've got our rumor as well as this quest. Save the Eldari survivors. Or we could go down here first before moving up there. And there is this pocket here with nothing, like a rumor here, unending war. But we don't know of any star systems out there. Oh, but that's heading apparently to Winterscale's realm. I never actually really looked out here. Heathen stars, accursed domain. Big scary warpy symbols. Got Emperor's Scourge. Foundling World. The Cauldron. I'm wondering where... because we know Winterscale is one of the rogue traders. I didn't see anything that said, like, Corda's domain. Or anything that specifically says it belongs to us. Von Valencius. Anyway, first we need to chart new routes. That'll probably give us ideas of where best to go. Because we might not have a direct path over there, and we don't. I could make one, of course. But instead, let's go here first, and hopefully that'll have a path that goes up. I'm fine, as stated before, with unsafe travel. I think it's not that bad, I hope. We haven't had anything terrible happen with an unsafe travel, but I'm just super scared of, like, deadly. Because I don't know how bad things can get, and I'd rather not find out. The bridge is thrumming with the sound of endless officer reports, the hum of ancient mechanisms, and the buzz of servo engines. Among the usual servants, bustling to and fro, the Lord Captain notices a flash of flame-red hair. Okay. I think the only one with red hair I can think of is Irlet. At least that's coming to mind at the moment. Yeah. You posed a question to me not long ago, Elentok, and now I'm here to present you with my answer. With fluid grace, Irliet emerges from the shadows of the captain's bridge. Her face seems to glow under the lumen light, her expression slightly more pensive than usual. I don't remember the exact question, so remind me what it is I asked you. Give my complete attention, gesture for her to continue. You've come too late for an audience. Now, what did I ask you? We talked about how we each see the world in our own way. You were eager to know how Eldari see the world. Do you still wish to hear the answer? That topic no longer interests me. Of course, if you're ready to give it. Then listen closely to my answer, Elentok. You may struggle to comprehend what is to be said, being accustomed to reveling in your own might, and skewing the words to suit yourself. Pitch your understanding not toward my words, but the sense that lies hidden in the shade of their sounds. Iliad half closes her eyes, her words unfurling slowly and melodically. You try to split the world into pieces, to fragment it into light and dark, truth and lies, self and other. But I see the world as a single whole, and in this lies its simplicity and complexity. It is not enough simply to see the world and hear its voices. You must understand it. Think of the Lelathan, the world on which our paths crossed. What is it truly? What is its essence? The Lathan's magnificence comes not from the green of its forest or from the depths of its waters. Its beauty is in the word, in the way it dances on the tongue, and even you, Elentok, can sense it. Try, say the word, slowly, delicately, casting aside all stray thoughts. Feel, perhaps then you will see. Lelathan, close your eyes, empty your mind, and speak the word, Lelathan. Thank you, but no. Is that all you want to say to me? Morel Deli Claptrap, I wish I'd never asked. I'm willing to indulge her. Let's close our eyes, seek to empty our mind, and speak the word. I doubt there's theoretically some heresy that comes from speaking an Eldari word while focusing on it to that extent, but I think it's probably fine. The world around you fades, and your perception instantly narrows, coming to a single point of focus on the tip of your tongue. Li. Your tongue delicately tickles the roof of your mouth, and the sound slips along your throat with incredible silkiness, warming as it goes like a sip of fresh recaf. Lay. The tip of your tongue touches the same place again, and the air softly rushes from your chest. The sound like the susurration of leaves as the wind weaves through the forest canopy. Then, your tongue taps your front teeth, and a gentle vibration spreads through your body, sending a shiver along your spine. Guarded interest gleams in Irlet's eyes when your gaze meets again. I think I'm beginning to understand. It's a word like any other, there's nothing special about it, or... I wish I'd never asked. I think I'm beginning to understand. If your words are sincere, Elentok, then you are capable of seeing more than you do now. Instead of the lifeless clamor of monstrous mechanisms, the roar of engines, and the discordant voices of your followers, I hear and attend to silence. It arises in moments of spiritual serenity, and in that stillness we become witnesses of the transformations of our own inner world. Monkey lives pass so swiftly, you rush through them for the sake of a chosen goal, but thoughts of transience and loss frighten you, and so you drive such thoughts away and drown yourself in the daily tumult. But it is from fleeting moments which enter our lives and quickly vanish from them that the soul's fortress grows. A moment's blooming and hours wilting. The splendor of each lies in its ephemerality. So too the memories of those who have left our side and no longer walk the path with us. And in you, Elentok, I see much more than just another Monkey. Your true essence lies in your will, which is capable of changing the world around you and within you. It lies in your ability to create and to understand your creation, and in your ability to destroy. It lies in what your kin's minds cannot grasp, what their primitive sight cannot behold, but I can see it. I never expected to hear you say such things in reference to me. True. Paying me compliments now, so you are attracted to me. No. I mean, maybe, but no. Thank you for telling me how you see the world. I haven't understood a word you said. I'm just going to go with the top one. I never expected to hear you say such things in reference to me, because she's generally treated all monkey as just lesser in every way. And so to have positive views of at least us means that there is hope that she can see others as well in a positive light. I'm but speaking the truth, Ellen Talk. However, I ask you not to make the mistakes typical of your kinds. My words contain no insinuation nor any call for you to act. Your soul shines brightly in this world. I see you, and this will never change. That is all. Well, thank you for telling me how you see the world. And what do you make of it, Ellen Talk? How differently do you see the world? I also see something greater in the world around me, something deeper than the outer guise of things. In this world of endless war and peril, I see only one beacon of hope, and that is the God Emperor. It's a good answer for a very devout individual. I try to turn my attention to that which delights my ears and my eyes, music, art, wealth, and power, of course. Foolish question, the world belongs to humanity. I believe I'm tired of the conversation. I'm fine with the first one. I don't think... This is another devoted perspective. But it's, I think, more forceful than my character has been. And definitely not that. That feels like you're leaning more towards the heretical Slaneshi view. But I'm going to go with the God Emperor. She won't like it, probably. But that's... The focus of this character is that he is devoted to the God Emperor. Typically. In this world of endless war and peril, I see only one beacon of hope, and that is the God Emperor. Irlet's breath hitches quietly. Your understanding of the world is not all that different from your kin's. Perhaps my conclusions about you were premature. Yeah, that's fair. The top one is probably what she would have preferred. The Eldari turns away, but before she leaves, she looks at you once more. Do not take my words to heart. There is no shame in thinking as others of your kind do. It is much more difficult to follow a different path from the rest. Let's find where Irlet is, just to see if there's any follow-up. I'm not going to talk to everyone again, because that takes lots of time. But I don't remember where she stands on the bridge. Pascal, Jai... There you are. You're down here. I knew she'd be tucked away somewhere by herself. Irlet's lithe form stands frozen in an unnatural pose amid the blinking lumens and dancing shadows of the bridge. Her hands are clasped together strangely, and her eyes are tightly closed. Her chest is utterly still, as if she is not breathing at all. This is new. Are you alright? What is this, some kind of Eldari ritual? The rogue trader wishes to speak with you, Xenos. Finish your whatever this is. Or observe silently. I think if she is in some sort of meditation, which it sounds like, I think at first I would observe silently, rather than immediately breaking her concentration. Irlet remains unmoving the entire time that you watch her, and only the barest flicker of her eyes beneath her closed lids lets you know that she is still alive at least. Have I done something to offend you? Wake up, we need to talk. Your behavior is starting to vex me. It is quite ill-considered for an Eldari who abhors attention to behave so strangely, or continue to wait a while. I don't really like any of these. I was letting her meditate, so I don't think that her not commenting is a sign that I've offended her, but also just wake up, we need to talk, or your behavior is vexing. All of these are strange. I guess maybe I just keep waiting. I'm sure I have no pressing things to take care of as the rogue trader. For the first time, Irliet takes a deep breath in through her nose and barely audibly exhales. Her body remains as relaxed as ever, and her eyes are still closed. Your presence does not seem to be in any way distracting for her. I hope your condition is not a symptom of some kind of xeno malady. Answer me immediately, or I shall have you thrown out the airlock. It'd be exasperating too, you know. I wonder if I had chosen any of the talk options, if she would have remained ignoring me, and that's what all these dialogues are referring to. Because if I had tried to talk to her and she just stayed in silence, then I could understand being exasperated. But because I've just been letting her meditate on her own, the ones where I'm just like, how dare you ignore me, feel weird. If I think she's ignoring me in anger of some sort, then this one makes the most sense. But if she's just meditating, I'm fine with meditating with her. So sit down beside her and wait. It seems this is going to take a while. You find a somewhat comfortable spot and get yourself settled. Irliet still does not react to your presence, and as time passes, you begin to sink into your own thoughts. Willpower test succeeded. We had a 135% chance to succeed because our willpower is awesome. The gilded chrono in your hands tells you that 2 watch hours have already elapsed. Your muscles feel stiff and your head feels heavy on your neck. When you next glance around the small section of the bridge that Irliet has adopted for her own use, you catch someone's sharp, attentive gaze.
You are still here, Elentark.
Irliet's words do not sound like a question or an expression of surprise. Her eyes quickly sweep over you, and she nods in greeting. You mentioned immersion. What is it? Are you alright? I was worried. We already succeeded on this, Xenos. You were deep in a special Adair meditation, weren't you? In the future, you will answer me at once. I will not tolerate such blatant disrespect. We have pressing matters to discuss. I don't remember her mentioning immersion. So I want to know that, but I also don't want it to just skip past this that we succeeded on. And this might give me the answer I'm looking for about what immersion is. You were in deep in a special Adair meditation, weren't you?
Yes. I am sometimes surprised by the depth of your knowledge of my kind's customs, Elentark. But even if listening is your only skill, that in itself elevates you above billions of other monkey.
Irliet arches her delicate brows.
My meditation is immersion. Immersion into myself, my inner world. It is my chance to speak to myself, but without words, or to heal wounds that cannot be seen with ordinary sight. It is difficult to explain, even in the language of the children of Asurian. There are so many meanings and shades in its sound alone, and the monkey tongue is too sparse and awkward. No. Immersion must be seen to be realized.
Irliet frowns uncertainly. I assume our meditation was not this immersion that was stated. It was probably just normal, quiet meditation, which as a psyker, I assume we've gone through many times through the process of our sanctioning, and then onward from there.
I should say, Elentark, that during meditation, the mind does not leave the body. Part of it remains vigilant, monitoring what is taking place outside. So I heard every word you said, and I saw everything you did.
Irliet lets her eyes fall half closed, giving herself over to the memories while still watching you. Well, it's a good thing we were not super rude during that time that she was meditating then.
Restraint is not a trait that your kind is known for. And yet, you did not interrupt my immersion, Elentark. A worthy act. I will remember this.
Irlet nods to you, curtly but gratefully. So you knew I was here the whole time and you did not even bat an eye? In the future, you'll answer me at once. I will not tolerate such blatant disrespect, or we have pressing matters to discuss. It depends on if they view this part of her mind was monitoring what was taking place. But if the part of her that was focused on the immersion is somewhat separate, to the point where she can go back and remember what was taking place around her, but at the time that she's in the immersion, she's not actually noticing us, then it wouldn't be an actual act of disrespect. So you know I was here the whole time, and you did not even bat an eye.
Immersion requires concentration and unity of mind, body, and spirit. Entering this state unprepared, or coming out of it suddenly, can be harmful.
I'm not gonna call it disrespect. That's just rude for the sake of being rude. We have pressing matters to discuss. Strange and blasphemous things started happening during the first warp voyage with you on board. The crew are whispering that you may be the reason. Is this true?
The minions of She Who Thirsts could sense my soul behind the thick walls and thin veil that separate your fragile lives from the roiling fury outside. A child of Asurian that dared to wander beyond the veil, within the reach of an outstretched claw, protected only by the barrier of unreliable monkey technology. It is too tempting a quarry for the monsters that serve Cylon Thresh.
Yeah, Eldari don't travel through the warp like humans do. And so, as we're traveling through the warp with only the Geller field protecting us from warp space, humans are used to it, it's how we travel. But she's saying that Slaanesh could sense her here as we're traveling through with only the Geller field to protect us, and was a lot more focused on our ship due to her presence than normally the random demons would be. Irlet juts out her chin and somehow seems even taller than she actually is.
Our ships never venture beyond the veil, and I never traveled the way you do, monkey. Elentark, I admit this was a novel experience. I lost composure, let dismay into my heart, and almost strayed from the path. This moment of hesitation drew the attention of She Who Thirsts, but I summoned my will and used the knowledge of meditation to achieve balance, and hide my soul behind an impenetrable wall of resolve. Future journeys beyond the veil will still be difficult, but I will steel my heart and not let the hounds of Cylon Thresh pick up my scent ever again.
There's a hint of guilt in Irlet's voice. Okay, so it's not just that she was here that drew Slaanesh's attention, but the loss of composure made her easier to be sensed. And the meditation that we caught her in was her way of recentering herself so that she is not as perceivable by Slaanesh and her minions. Makes sense. Am I still unworthy of discussing your worlds and your kin? Irlet nods curtly, saying nothing. Alright, then I shall take my leave. Well, that was a fun little side bit of conversation and brief meditation. Let's go back to the Koronus Expanse map. So we should have made it to that new sector. Still not the Forgotten Twins. Platinum Stellos. Palladium, not platinum. Okay. Let's head in. See what we have here. We've got an Imperial void ship. and then 3 worlds to explore. Let's check out the void ship last in my mind, because that seems like it's probably the most dangerous, or potentially the most dangerous. 2 plasteel, I'm gonna ignore that. Ice world added to the expanse, yeah, that's fine. It's a nice bright white star as well. No resources, but we do have cargo cache, some basic drugs, and then some more exciting drugs. Increase movement points by 6 and grants 2 charges of the slash ability, yet reduces weapon skill, ballistic skill, and perception by 15 until the start of the user's next turn. That's crazy. So you can just run really fast and attack 3 times in a turn, but those attacks are just super terrible, or at least reduced in quality. That's one that actually seems to have a viable use, mainly because it doesn't have such terrible penalties afterwards. The -2 MP and AP. I mean, I guess this one's also fine. Strength and weapon skill. We could give this to Abelard, or any of our frontline people, mainly Abelard. It would reduce his willpower, but he doesn't really need willpower. But I think it's like most consumables in most games, they'll just forget they have it and never use it. Okay. Can I check out our inventory right now? I can. Abelard has tons of inventory slots that I don't actually use for anything. Do I want him to turn into a druggie? I mean, not really, but some of these are nice. What are the ones I have lots of? I have lots of stim. Yeah, but that's the one that reduces our movement points afterwards. For the next turn. Maybe I'll give him a grenade as well. So he's got some medkits to deal with that, but then also some stimulant and a grenade if they're needed. Pascal, I could probably do the same with you, because you also don't really need willpower. And then give you a couple of grenades. I don't know. That sounds fine. Alright, we already explored the dead world. Let's move on to this world, which looks like an inhabitable world. Like normal continental planet. The xenotech. Only 2. Do you know how many times... goodbye, Abelard. Do you know how many times this world has been traded back and forth between the Von Valentius and Winterscale dynasties? That's senseless waste of thrones, if you ask me. And the only thing it has available is 2 xenotech? I don't think we have anything we need xenotech for at this point. We've got this one to give Tokara 2 xenotech, but we already have the xenotech for that if we wanted. Ooh, we found promethium recently. So we could just take care of this one right away. To give some promethium to Opticon 22 for the Explorator fleet. We've got 6. This would use 5 of it. Yeah, we've got 7 xenotech. I'm not going to mine up 2 of them and waste one of my extractors. But let's complete this contract to give Opticon 22 and the Explorer fleet some fuel. It doesn't say that it boosts our relationship with them. I wish it did. But that'll give us more profit factor, which is always great. And it might open up new quests in the future, I hope. Not sure exactly how those work. But yeah, terrible amount of xenotech and plasteel, so we're ignoring both. An unknown ship hails you as soon as you are in its detection range. The ship, the Scarlet Pursuer, helmed by Captain Demir Shani, has footfall listed at its home port. The message hints transparently at a connection with the Casablanca mission. The Voxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal for you. Attack and plunder. No, we'll listen to the proposal. The ship lets you know that they will readily reward you for any information about burning worlds in the Koronus Expanse. Yeah, ask why they are looking for burning worlds. Share information. Let them know you have no current information on burning worlds, but are willing to sell any you may obtain in the future. Refuse to supply information or attack and plunder. Why do you want to know about burning worlds? The reply is courteous as it is vague. The captain cites a scholarly curiosity in this understudied type of world. Upon hearing the message, Magos Pascal expresses a keen interest in burning worlds and asks the Lord Captain to take the issue into consideration. Jai Hidari immediately declares that Captain Shani would never dash about the void out of scholarly curiosity, but only for a suitably high return. In that case, perhaps the Lord Captain too might want to look into these burning worlds. Seneschal Wissarion makes no comment regarding the Casablanca message, but is amazed that, for once, the esteemed Magos and Mistress Hidari are in passionate agreement on something. Fair. So, this is hinting that there is something important about burning worlds, or potentially not all burning worlds, but there might be a specific burning world that they're trying to find. If we give them the information, they might get whatever they're going for and we miss out on it. I think we will go with a peaceful option of saying, yeah, we don't know anything now, but we'll consider selling you any in the future. And during that time, while we try and find burning worlds, we figure out what they want to know. If we can find some really cool thing that we think is what they're after on a burning world, plunder that ourselves, and then let them know, hey, we found this burning world, then everyone wins. Hey Eric Q, welcome. Feel free to join or just lurk. So I'm going to be polite and say, oh yeah, we have no problem selling you information in the future, but we don't have any for now. You receive the Scarlet Pursuer's projected itinerary, information on systems in which you can find it later. The captain looks forward to meeting you again and acquiring information on burning worlds, should you possess it. Voyage to the Casablancan ship. A friendly Casablancan ship that is searching for burning worlds, and any scrap of information on the same has indicated in which regions it can be found in the near future. So that's another rumor, so hopefully a location on the map might be marked of where to find information about this burning world. But that is actually it for this region. I think we're ready to go on to the Forgotten Twins. Hopefully we find a route. We did not. Well, that is quite awkward. I could force my way there as a deadly route, or we assume that the only way to get there... I assume there had to be a connection because this had Eldari stuff around, and Forgotten Twins is supposedly where we're going to find the Eldari survivors. But I guess not. So then maybe the way to get here is we have to go around this way and then come back down from this nameless star. I mean, that would explain how it's forgotten if the only way to get there is through a nameless star. We didn't have this on our map earlier, actually, because this blob here of the unending war didn't have a star system in it, which I was curious about. Now it does. Alright. Well, I don't think I want to try and just push out to here unsafely or deadly. So maybe we go back here and start making our way up and around. We could think about pushing onto Dargonus as well. That's another one of our primary worlds. The seat of House von Valentius. So we should go there to deal with the trouble it's having. Dumped cargo is in this region, which is a pretty broad region. And then hotbed of Xeno heresy. Is there any way to... No, there's not... Doesn't seem to be a way to specifically get to those rumors. Plundered void station in the Langren's belt, according to numerous testimonies, is serving as the base of a band of pirates who aren't above doing deals with Xenos. Okay. And the other rumor, dumped cargo. Council officer sent a valuable piece of cargo from a ship into the rubbish chute. The cargo may have been jettisoned somewhere in the 100 Dreams Crossroads or Langren's belt. Either way, I don't think we're going to push on there. So let's just travel back up to here, make our way around. I think we will skip all of this for now and just try and get to Nameless Star and Forgotten Twins. Your Lordship, Master Hermann succeeded in his escape and has arrived on board. He has almost completed the ritual of harmonization with the rest of the choir, which has given our voices greater strength and cohesion. Right, so this is about the mutant uprising that we think exists because the death cult used mutant blood to pour into our bath at the will of the God Emperor for whatever reason. And so Wise believes that doing this ritual is probably going to cost the lives of all of the astropaths we have on board, which is super bad. But we think we need to, because why else would the God Emperor give this message to the death cult unless we were supposed to act on it? And so we got Master Hermann to be released from Winterscale, I think it was. But that's probably going to come back and bite us at some point when Winterscale finds out that we released one of their favored astropaths. Or, no, not necessarily astropath. Psyker with a focus on telekinesis? Telepathy? Something. We have made our preparations and are waiting your arrival to start the ritual as soon as you give the order. Okay, well let's head back out and take care of that. Okay, so this is just showing the stuff we already know about. I don't think I've ever really gone back to previous locations and paid attention to this. But yeah, while we're here in a relatively known and safe location, let's go deal with this ritual. And hopefully it doesn't cost us too many of our astropaths. To the Astropathic Chapel. Oh, and we've got to choose what crew to take with us. I'm still fine with this crew. I don't want... No, maybe we should bring Cabela. I don't want Adira. An unsanctioned psyker in the middle of this ritual could turn out poorly. Same with a Xeno or someone who is too friendly with Xenos. But Cabela, being a death cultist, and this whole thing was kicked off by the death cult, might be reasonable. But who would I replace? I'm thinking that this is going to be hopefully more focused on story rather than combat. So I'm trying to think of who is most connected to the story. And I think we'll take out Argenta for Cabela, but it means we just have far too many melee people and not enough ranged, which isn't great. But it's like, if we're looking for mutants, then an Inquisitor, member of the Inquisition, could help. Abelard knows the ship. Cassia, as a navigator, has additional views that most people don't. If something goes wrong with the tech, I want Pascal around. Argenta is just holy and good at killing. So I think for a story bit, I don't think Argenta is as necessary. But since this was kicked off by the Death Cult, I think Cabela could be influential here. That's my thought. And also, yeah, I want everyone to be solidly dogmatic as part of this, although Abelard is not. But he feels dogmatic. Like, he's considered iconoclast. But a lot of his actions and what he says feels very dogmatic. Like, if you insulted the God Emperor in front of him, he would probably be quite upset by it. Okay, so there's Master Harriman, who we can't talk to, oddly. Let's put down a save first, just in case this blows up in our face, and then we'll talk to Zachary Wise. Lord Captain, do you still wish to perform the ritual? Has the selected candidate arrived yet? I mean, yes, he's right there. Master Harriman, assigned to the chapel upon your orders for the purpose of performing the ritual, has almost finished his preparations, Lord Captain. Greetings, Ignatius von Valencius. I will be honored to serve my savior. A middle-aged psyker bows to you passionately. His plump face carries many marks of indulging in all manner of vice. Well, that's not as good. I'm your new lord. And that is glorious, your lordship. 1,000 thanks to you for liberating me from my former master. Living at the court of Governor Iskandar is indescribable. The Imperium itself whispers ideas for new perversions into his disturbed mind. Therefore, I am infinitely grateful to be delivered from him. My life belongs to you now. Okay, so Governor Iskandar, who I don't remember who that is. I thought we were talking about someone important in one of the rogue traders, but maybe it's just a planetary governor of some location, in which case stealing him away isn't going to be as big of a deal. But whoever it is apparently is a bit heretical. So even better that we've got this guy on our side. We are about to do something dangerous. You saved my life from saved me from a life of service that would have been 100 times worse than the cruelest of deaths, and I am indebted to your lordship. If I have to lay down my life to repay that debt, then so be it. Then let us begin. The choir master lets out a deep sigh. Well, you made this choice, Lord Captain. I did. And I still feel it's the right choice. Worry not, Master Wise, for as long as I live, the barrier will hold. The temperature inside the chapel is dropping. Every breath turns into a cloud of vapor. The astropath's resonant voices blend together, following the pattern of the melody playing in the hall. Every now and then, muffled moans are heard coming from the thrones of the junior astropaths. The Imperium is restless. Cassia's voice sounds stifled, as if she is fighting for air. The colors are darkening. No, they're beginning to boil. You hear an interloping voice in your head, like an echo of a distant echo. Your lordship, I sense strangeness. Not minds. They do not seem human-like. How strange. They are akin to insects, parasites. I cannot read them, and that is wrong. Look. dark veil clouds your vision, only to be succeeded by blinding light a moment later. A hand is laid on your shoulder. For a second, a golden flash breaks through the ruthless white light, and you hear a fragment of a sentence. Brace yourself. The great whiteness in the ship, with its multitude of minds, of which you are one, a shadow of utter nothingness, winds its way across the blinding white. You hear the choirmaster's voice coming from a distance, but cannot make out a single word. Your gaze slides along an iridescent thread that has crossed the nothingness. Something shining is towering behind it, a golden giant frozen in place, like a statue. A sudden jolt of fear distracts you from that image. Your thoughts turn back toward the nothingness and its kaleidoscope of absence. No color, no motion, no thought. In its furthest depths, there is something crawling. Willpower test to avoid peering into the nothingness, or just peer into the nothingness. We'll make the willpower test. I'm not sure why we need to avoid peering into the nothingness, but it seems that is what we're supposed to do. I guess we're trying to look for something specific, not just nothing. Your resolve is firm and your mind and soul unflinching. The nothingness has no power over you. Your eyes follow the thread toward the golden giant. It is not until you get close that you realize that the radiant image is a lie. The gilt flakes away, and the stately body is twisted and out of shape as its limbs grow extra joints, mutilating the marvelous figure. A beastly fanged face with a repulsive worm-like tongue turns to you. Its eyes, burning with nothingness, penetrate your soul. Thoughts, secrets, wishes, goals, nothing is spared as the abomination rummages inside you like a predator gutting its kill. I'm trying to think of what I know of 40k lore. Like, we're talking about just mutations, then it could be anything. But it reminds me a bit of... what are they? There's an alien race that is parasitical, that infects people to slowly start changing them. And I think they do have multiple arms and... oh, but the word is escaping me of the alien species. Those who know 40k probably know what I'm talking about. This could be it, but it's not a mutation, it's an alien parasite. The choirmaster's voice sounds inside your mind. I cannot see them. I cannot read their minds. I cannot see into their lair. I see only images, fragmented and sinister. Forgive me, Lord Captain, but we took this risk in vain. What are we dealing with? Some kind of defensive measure? Sorcery? I will not tolerate failure. Continue or finish the ritual. Some kind of defensive measure or sorcery? Not sorcery, something else. I've never encountered minds like this before. Something about them is wrong. If we force him to continue, I suspect that is where we kill off the astropaths. Right now, there's been no statement of everything, everyone around us is dying. So I'm assuming we've handled this in a relatively safe manner. But I feel like forcing him to continue after he feels that he's reached the end of what he can is where things go poorly. But do I have enough information to continue the investigation with what I have? And that's what I don't know. I'm assuming so. It'll probably be a harder investigation, but we now know that there is in fact something on our ship. Some sort of abomination. And I'd rather do this with minimal loss to life of our astropathic choir. So let's just finish the ritual. And I will hope that we have learned enough. Yes, Lord Captain, I will now... The nothingness cackles and croaks. I see you. It assumes a vague shape, a man, shriveled by age and infirmity. Its eyes alight with an alien purple flame. You have been looking for me. You sense the attention of something else, something beyond this entity. The ruinous powers, the ritual has made your soul marked as is by the curse of the warp, more vulnerable than ever before. You can feel the demons clawing at the thin veil, hungering to reach you. You survived a brush with a warp phenomenon sometime in your distant past. That was one of our starting character choices. I gained Baird's Soul as a permanent effect. The warp sees you, the warp knows you, the warp is coming for you. Okay, cool, cool. That's probably not ominous. A blind man clad in green appears between you and the croaking nothingness, shielding you. What manner of abomination are you? I cannot sense you. You are not of the warp. What is your twisted nature? I cannot sense you either, but I know you. I heard you were going to seek me out. My ears are everywhere. I was ready. The age-worn voice is like a deep wail echoing by a throng of similar voices. Civilizations and star clusters lie buried at the bottom of the being's pale eyes, which are aflame with hunger. Your mind feels cramped inside your skull, and you can hear the bone creaking. Did the ritual work after all? Get it away, attack, or stop the ritual now? Huh. Blind man clad in green. Neither can sense. Zachary can't sense this being. And this being can't sense him. They're both blind, which makes me think that they're both astropaths of some sort. But this new green-clad one is definitely wrong. But he was listening, seeking, and ready. I don't know. I'm worried if I don't just stop the ritual now. Like you hear bone creaking in our skull. If I stop to ask questions, I worry that Zachary Wise will be killed. So is attack or stop the ritual the better choice? I don't think asking stupid questions, as much as I want to know the answer to this, I feel like we're not at a time where we can do that safely, like ask that question. I think I'm going to go for attack rather than just stop the ritual. If we stop the ritual, we learn nothing more. If we attack, we might be able to push back this green-clad man enough that Zachary can get another moment to learn more. Versus stop the ritual, we just don't learn anything further, and we just know there are problems, but have no further information. So I'm going to go for the attack. How? I cannot sense it. I cannot. You are my prey. Oh, I was hoping that was us saying to all of us to attack, not just Zachary to attack. Well, hopefully that doesn't end with Zachary's death. Oh, that's very bad. Nope, you should have stopped the ritual immediately. Clearly. Although this might have been the guaranteed outcome regardless of how we handled it. Okay. We've got beings coming out of portals. Although they seem like spirits or ghosts or something. Huh. Well, we still have living astropaths, so that's good news. Zachary looks like he's still alive, at least for now. So I don't think we've killed off our whole astropathic choir. Mad Chapel guards. Just trying to get an idea of what we've got going on. Antonius, Savitia, Stavros. What are you guys? Pretty decent willpower, toughness. Nothing crazy. Detachment from death. Target must pass a willpower resistance test. If failed, the target suffers a bunch of mental damage. Seems like a basic telekinesis staff. Warp shield, twisting path. Reduces the target's resolve. Absorbs incoming damage for 1 turn. That's rough. Your warp creature, a manifestation. Powerful psyker. No real statements of what these are. Like, are they ghosts? Ooh, melt-a-weapon experts. That's dangerous. I'm most scared of these ghosts. I don't know their deal. We have the elevator that popped up. Was there just the one elevator? I thought there were 2. Or I thought one of the elevators had people still on it, and I was getting ready to explode the barrels that they were on, but I guess not. Can I take out the portals? It doesn't seem like it. You're just a basic warp apparition. Okay, so those guys don't really matter, but hopefully we don't have more warp apparitions coming into the battle over time. Since the portal's still open, I guess we probably will. Alright, that was a lot. Well, let's put people into cover. There isn't a ton of great cover. Like, I can have one person here and one person here in full cover. I guess the other 4 people are all frontline people. Cabela and I go before all of them. So Cabela being just out and exposed is fine because she goes before everyone else. Same with me, but I'm going to want that square open for Ignatius to stand in once he can move. Pascal, where are you on the turn order? Fairly late. But I can just move you all the way forward. There's a good chance he's going to get hit by a ton of stuff. Maybe I'll put you here. That means everyone on that side of the room, you have cover, making it harder for them to hit you. Then, who have I not moved? Heinrichs. You're pretty early. You might take some hits here, but that'll allow you to easily move forward to attack. I think that's going to be our starting order. Alright. Front line. I'm thinking we can just go here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Just to give Pascal some bonuses. Backline. I suppose that's fine.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Then rear.
Do not dare ask.
You have no line of sight to here? Really? From there. I guess we'll go with this because I'm planning to use these squares for cover with Ignatius.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
But I'm shocked that she doesn't have line of sight to this square. Now where can you see? If I did Touch of Anger, no, nothing that far over. Figures. I could have her step out and just try and blast all of them with Lidless Stare. I suspect I can't give Ignatius a turn. No, because she can't see there. How is that possible? I guess this pillar is blocking her vision a lot more than I think it should. And this doesn't kill her movement, so I could step back, give Ignatius this free turn to get himself ready to go. And then move her somewhere else to see what else she can do. But ideally I want her to end her turn here where she's in cover and safe. She can't see a lot of enemies from there. Go there. Bring it down on Ignatius. We have no movement, but we can start the ignite sequence. Because I'm guessing this is going to be a challenging fight. And what to do with you? Because if I did move you forward, you'd be in danger. You can only hit... This guy's flashing, but he isn't getting the symbol over his head, showing that he's being hit. But you can only hit 2 of them. You went here. Does that change things? Okay, you can hit 4 of them now. You're very exposed. We're way back here. Does that change things? All in worse ways. I think I might need to just put her somewhere where she is a bit exposed just to get some good attacks on them. Was it here that you had the vision that hit everyone? No, there was a spot where you had a shot on that front guy as well. Where you're hitting 4 of them. Where was that? There we go. So let's put you there and have you use this. You aren't hitting Pascal, that's what matters.
Emperor, give me strength.
Did Lidless Stare, which does damage and gives penalties. And then one more point. We can either do Voice of Command. We could actually do Point of Curiosity. See if we can drag any of them into this box to hopefully get hit by Pascal. Can't get to that last one because she doesn't have vision of this square, which is where we need to use it. But I think grouping them up is probably the smart call.
If I may.
It didn't hit the others. That's a shame. They managed to resist it. Oh well. Bella can go now. what to do about you. She barely can't make it over to this guy. So we could go here and then either do a jump or do Danse Macabre. Try and get back towards these guys, which is what I'm leaning towards. Looks like that's as far as she can make it.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Yep. Easily dodged, no problem. And have you run here. Because she gets tons of bonuses moving past enemies. Perfect. We still have 5 actions. So Blade Dance would get good hits on all of them. So let's start with that. Not amazing hits, actually. But we've said before that Cabela's damage is somewhat lacking at times. You can make someone hemorrhage, which I don't know what that means when they're ghosts, but, you know. $66 or 82. You have the most health out of these people. So maybe I give you the hemorrhaging effect.
The shadows will see it done.
Okay, so you're now hemorrhaging. Then we could aim for the opening to create a new opening over here that we can exploit. Oh, you have a brutal strike, which means for 2 actions, we could actually hit all of these guys. All right, create an opening here.
I shall not fail.
And then do a brutal strike to hit all 3 of them.
Caught by the web.
Nice. And I think I will call that good enough for your turn. You are very central and might die because of it, but I hope not. Ignatius. I need you to ruin their day. From here, I guess let's go to the gun so I can see lines of attack. Okay, you can see a lot of them. If I put you here instead, much less actually. Okay, we'll have you move there. Probably don't have a good melt-a-line anywhere, which is fine. I could Firestorm this one. But Bella's within range, which wouldn't be good. Oh, that does so much damage to her. Like, it does good damage to all the enemies. Dude. That's just crazy damage to her. Not sure I want to go with that now. If I had left her with an action point so that she could withdraw back, then that would be a very good plan. But I don't want to give her a lasting injury by myself. Or do I? Like, that's so much damage. I hate it, but I'm gonna do it.
Not a problem for me.
I'm sorry, Cabela. Someone said something. Something about useless mentor. I looked up to you. I followed every word you said. If I had only had that foresight to defy you at that fateful moment, I'd warned you that the ritual was a mistake, and for that you turned me into a monster. You failed even at that, you miserable fool. You were useless as a mentor. Your failure merely confirmed my expectations. You should have known your place. So these are the astropaths that died the previous time this was used. I think I'm going to go Orchestrate Flames just to reduce the amount of damage she's taking every turn.
Nothing I can't do.
So now she's only going to take 6 damage a turn. But all of her attacks are going to do additional fire damage now, which is the benefit of me lighting my allies on fire. So she'll be even more deadly in the future. Then we can do Run and Gun. That allows us to move again. But more importantly, we get another attack. I think I want to take out the ghosts first as a higher priority. If I hit you with this, it's 15 to 25 damage. If I melted through you, 61 to 103. Well, that feels like a much better attack. Deals double the ignite to all creatures in a line. Well, I am a fan of that, and there's no one else that I'm going to accidentally hit.
Nothing I can't do.
Nice. But you don't light on fire, sadly. And do I inflame? They'll take more damage. You're not actually on fire, unfortunately. I don't think I want to use inflame because it'll make Cabela take more damage. She's already hurting enough. I don't know if she has the injury effect. Doesn't look like it. Good. So just increasing that one enemy's damage is probably not worth it. I thought you would have caught on fire, but I guess that's the difference. Ignite does half the damage, but it catches them on fire, so you do ongoing damage. Alright, yeah, let's just end your turn here. I could use some of these, but no. I think I'll just leave it alone. We'll wait for Cassia to get a turn to use the momentum. Alright, Heinrichs. What to do with you? Thinking Warp Speed and Iron Arm are always great for him to put on himself. Purge Soul. 10 to 18 damage. It's alright. Let's do Iron Arm.
I won't object to it.
And Warp Speed.
Let's see to it.
So you can just easily move up here. Word of the Emperor is cool if we have extra actions. 1 AP? Yeah. So you've got basic attack, a slash, and then a psychic attack, just doing more damage. So 13 to 18 versus also 13 to 18. Huh. just do a normal attack then.
Lord Captain.
You could do Invigorate to heal Cabela a bit. It's a reasonable choice. Huh. Heinrich caused Peril the Warp's whiplash, which then hit them. Interesting. You can still charge. And kill this one, looks like.
Not sanctioned to do this.
Or not. You can't charge them. Why not? Your charge is definitely long enough. No line of sight to the target? You're kidding me. Must be the corners of that or the corner of this that's being treated as blocking his line of sight. That's too close. That's why we can't charge there. That is super disappointing. Yeah, because you gotta walk around this corner apparently.
I won't do that.
Fine, fine. Let's do Word of the Emperor, see how many of our guys I can get in it. Hit 3 of us there, or just 2 here. So we'll go with this.
Let's see to it.
Till the start of the psykers next turn, all allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection and armor. Maybe I should have put that on her. And endure.
I won't object to it.
We'll call that the end of your turn, Heinrichs. It's curious that the astropaths are in the initiative because they can't do anything, and that makes me think at some point something's going to trigger so that they will be able to do something. Well, Heinrichs is kind of in the way of your ability to charge, isn't he? No, you can still pull off a charge there. It's basically going to be the end of your turn, though, unfortunately.
Victory is imminent.
Not a lot else to do afterwards.
Nothing of value has been lost.
I can give Force Distraction to force that enemy to attack Abelard rather than Cabela. No, because you have no line of sight.
I'd rather not.
Of course not. Alright, just endure. He has even less to do with his turn. It's the problem with melee people. They don't have someone next to them. They're just kind of worthless. There's not a lot that can be done. I can do Brace for Impact, just to give Heinrichs a chance to move, but I doubt you can actually get somewhere useful.
I can't stand it.
Alright, Pascal. Probably I'm just going to move you up here to wreck this guy. 40 to 53 damage. It's so good. So you You go there. Let's do Reckless Abandon to boost yourself. Analyze enemies.
Request approved.
And probably just a basic strike. I don't think any of these others. I mean, you could inflict bleeding. I don't know how that works, but go for it.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
You had always believed in yourself, not in him. Well, he disbelieved in you too. Him capitalized sounds like we're talking about the God Emperor. But it's hard for me to believe that Weiss wasn't following the God Emperor. So let's go with Medicae Mechadendrite just to heal yourself back up.
Function as one.
There we go.
This way!
Good dodge.
This way!
The astropaths have an effect on them. I need to figure out what that is.
Nothing of value has been lost.
All I wanted to do was help. I was trying to save you. Look at yourself, at what you have become. Pathetic. They said we were destined for greatness, but you have chosen to wallow in self-pity and lies.
Emperor protects me!
Wait, this is a version of Zachary Wise? Odd. Okay, and they are putting out more enemies. I suspected as much, but hope not. This does appear to be an odd corner case. Oh. Are you talking about how the corners are blocking me? Making a pun? Now, what is the effect on you? Horrors of the Warp. Target suffers -5 to weapon skill, ballistic skill, blah blah blah. Per difficulty tier of the demon for 1 round. There is no demon. But okay. So that's all the astropaths have going on. Now Cassia is going to need to have line of sight to us so that she can use this finest hour.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
I want Ignatius to just end this fight. Best I can. But I'll have to be in a position where I have line of sight on lots of enemies. And that is not the position. There we go. We've got view on several of them and several of them. We can't see that apparition or that one. But I'm guessing in most places we won't. Yeah, I don't think there's a place I can get vision on 5 of them. The 4 will be plenty. So go here. Don't suppose you can Melta both of them. No. We'll go with Ignites. Definitely want to hit this fake Zachary Wise. What does that effect you have on you? It looks like the Purge Soul. That's the same symbol as Cassia's ability. 50% more damage against enemies that have already damaged the Psyker or any of the Psyker's allies this combat. Yeah, you're gonna be a problem. Allies of the Staff Wielder have their dodge increased. Yeah, let's definitely light you on fire.
Forge ahead. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Oh, did we just kill the other one behind you? Apparently we did. That wasn't intended as part of my plan.
Suits my purposes.
Hit you.
Nothing I can't do.
You'll be dead at the start of your turn. Lastly, I guess we just hit you again. And then do I just ignite you again, or do I orchestrate flames or inflame? I think we ignite again.
Already done.
Okay, we took out fake Zachary Wise. Nice and easy. We now have a demon. Looks Slaneshi to my eyes. The Setez Sorrow Seeker. Unfortunately, you're no longer on fire. We can revel in slaughter, which allows run and gun. Which I could then use to get to a better position, depending on how you define better. I think that position will be good. Let's go to the staff. I realized I was doing those last powers without my staff out. Don't know how much that changes things. But yeah, let's light you on fire.
My tactics are flawless.
I am unsatisfied.
We'll orchestrate flames on you
Nothing I can't do.
so that you stay burning. And I think I am going to use Inflame to increase burning effects, which is not great for Cabela because she takes lots of fire damage. We at least have feats that minimize the fire damage we take.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has
A
been lost.
broken blade has no use.
Yeah, Cabela is going to be in a bad spot soon enough. Does count as a fresh injury. Okay. I was kind of expecting that. We're taking 12 damage per turn. She has 11 health left. It's not ideal. Hopefully she survives long enough to use Medicae on herself. Otherwise she'll be out of this fight pretty quick. I'm going to actually tuck him here so that he's not going to get shot by... Never mind. Those guys are all dead. You're fine where you are then. Back to Cassia's turn. She is not going to be able to see anything from back here. I don't suppose you can spot them? No? Yeah. She just has no vision from back here. It was necessary to give Ignatius that turn. But now she's kind of stuck for the rest of her turn. Like, is there anyone you can see? No. Alright, well, just end your turn with all of your action points left. That feels really bad. Give yourself a free turn. Alright.
This is unacceptable.
Goodbye, Cabela. Not ideal, but it is what it is. Alright, we've got a couple more apparitions to deal with. Some basic guards over here. But I think we just need to focus on taking out this demon as fast as we can. And I could just go for damage since they're already on fire.
Nothing I can't do.
Air temperature drops a few degrees, that's fine. If we inflame again, I think she dies. Let's inflame again.
Suits my purposes. Perhaps none shall survive.
Okay, and that ends the rest of the fight. Perfect. As Ignatius just wins the battle for us. The choirmaster awakens with a sharp breath. Lord Captain, we're still alive? The God Emperor has protected us this time, but curses, did I not warn you? The old man shakes his head dolefully. His pale fingers are clutching the aquila adorning his belt. Moment of silence, then words of prayer stream from his lips in a monotone, like a quiet lament, a dirge for the departed, a bitter confession. When he continues speaking, his voice is full of strength. Yet we escaped disaster. The warp did not take our souls, and there are far fewer casualties this time. Master Harriman's assistance was instrumental, your lordship. He was able to not only protect my mortal body, but also to skillfully blend the timbre of his psionic sound into the harmony of the chorale. I regret that he was not at my side for the last rite. What in the Throne's name just happened? Those things seem to know you. Was that old man a mutant? One of those we were looking for? Yeah, just what in Throne's name just happened? That thing took the shape of an old man and attacked me. I do not know what it is, but it is neither human nor a psyker. It is something else. Its power is foreign and inimical, I don't know that word, to me. Like a shadow that obscures the shine of the Imperium's chaotic energies. I was unable to read the abomination's thoughts, and it seemed to find me no less strange than how strange it was to me. Thus it attacked, for any strangeness is a threat. It had clearly been warned that we would be performing a dangerous ritual, that we would be vulnerable, so it sought to sabotage us by attacking my mind, and my mind almost got us all killed. You still managed to discover the evil we were seeking. No, your lordship. Wise shakes his head grimly. The ritual proved incapable of extracting anything of value. This evil chose to reveal itself in attack. Our enemy is confident and bold, and so it did not hide. It struck first. Suspiciously brazen. Those things seem to know you. Wise lowers his head further. The insidious spawn thrive on confounding one's reason. They don the faces of those I once held dear. My apprentices, all of whom perished the previous time I performed the ritual. They have haunted me ever since, in my dreams, in the warp, everywhere. The Imperium abominations who devoured their souls have been tormenting me with shame and regret, and now they have come for my sanity as well. Awareness test succeeded. When the choirmaster speaks to his fallen students, there is lingering pain in his voice. His words reflect more than just a terrible memory. They are heavy with bitterness of personal loss, or of guilt that eats away at the soul. Was that old man a mutant? One of those we were looking for? Even if not, there was nothing more chilling we could have possibly found. An inhuman thing in human form. A true sacrilege against the Emperor. Its mind is strange, like an insect's or a parasite's, but I saw images in the minds of those around it. Currents of energy, a blue glow. The clanging of metal. Could be the plasma drive chambers. That is where I would start, searching for signs of corruption, and a worm tormenting a star. Why such is his cheek, which is smeared with blood that is trickling from under his eyefold. He uses the blood to sketch a perfunctory image, a many-beam star, with a fat, fanged creature coiled in front of it, resembling either a larva or a serpent. So the aliens I was thinking of that I couldn't remember the name of, it's Tyranid. That's the alien species that infects people as they slowly spread out. I don't know if that's what this is, but could be. Lord Xenos' test succeeded. The longer you listen to Wise, the more convinced you become that the warp manifestation was not caused by the conniving of the ruinous powers, but by the efforts made to discover an incredibly alien mind, such an unnatural mind could belong to a dangerous xenos. Are you familiar with this symbol? Inform the Master at Arms of everything we saw. Let her search the plasma drive chambers and find the mutants. I will go to the plasma drive chambers myself, find the old man, and have a confession with him. First, are you familiar with this symbol? No, it could be the emblem of some cult on the ship, but I seldom leave the chapel and have never come across it before. I think rather than having the Master at Arms look, we're gonna go look ourselves. This seems important enough that we'll take it on ourselves. I will go to the plasma drive chambers myself, find the old man, and have a conversation with him. We sacrificed some of the soundness of our minds to the Imperium today. I hope it was not in vain, and will help your lordship. He winces in pain. I still cannot believe we survived this. Weiss slowly unclenches his hand, and a cloud of frost rises from it, revealing his Aquila, now bound in purple psychic ice. He whispers, the Imperium has touched it, the holy symbol of the protector of mankind. He pauses, then adds in a gloomy voice, I do not know if this is a symbol of our victory over the horrors of the warp, a trophy claimed in battle, or a grim portent left by the wicked spawn of the Sea of Souls. A symbol of faith shining through the breadth of the Imperium is a good omen. I shall wear it. We gain the ice-covered Aquila. It is a symbol of my victory. Give it to me if you are unable to see this inspiring trophy for what it is. Still, we get the ice-covered Aquila, or anything that touched by the warp must be disposed of. I'm going to say it's a symbol of faith shining through the breadth of the Imperium is a good omen, and I shall wear it. Nothing can shake your lordship's spirit. May this Aquila bring you good fortune. I will have a new one delivered to me immediately. He looks at the Aquila with sorrow. If only everything that the Imperium takes from us was so easily replaced. The symbol of the Imperium gleams proudly under a crust of purple psychic ice. The frozen shell bears faint fingerprints left by Choirmaster Weiss in the midst of his desperate struggle against the warp. Whenever the wearer suffers a critical hit, the attacker immediately wears willpower bonus, warp damage. I mean, that's pretty good. We have a pretty good willpower bonus. So if anyone hits us with a crit, which hopefully won't happen, but if it does, they immediately get hit back by like 6 or 7 damage. An excellent battle, your lordship. Even the warp's apparitions are no match for you. Alright, let's level up. So we can choose a characteristic, but it can't be willpower. That's a shame. I always like boost. Oh, my willpower is up to 80 now. I was saying we'd lash out with like 6 or 7, but we're all the way up to 80. We could boost our strength or toughness or perception, fellowship, get them to whole numbers. But I don't really care much for any of them. Toughness is alright. It's our health. Fellowship would help for the various fellowship tests that I'm forced to do myself. Maybe just ballistic skill, because theoretically on occasion I pull out my gun and use it. Though I've been doing so less and less over time. And then for our common talent... Oh, I can get Psyker Terminus. Finally. Gives us the next psi rating. So we'd be up to base psi rating 3, which means when we light ourselves on fire, we'd be a psi rating 4. Which is just crazy. But yeah, without question, Psyker Terminus is the one we're taking. Psi rating 3. Nice. Because I definitely need to be more deadly. Alright, for you... Fellowship, Perception, and Willpower are all good. You've already boosted Willpower. Go with Fellowship. I'm fine with that. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced. Not bad. Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement points. The first ally targeted by Navigator with single target abilities each turn gains the same amount of additional movement. I haven't really been using her much lately to buff with single target abilities. I think Eye of Oblivion makes the most sense. Abelard. You could boost your strength just to get it to an even number. Or just keep raising your toughness because your primary position is to be defensive. But I haven't really seen you get into a lot of trouble. But toughness also boosts some of your abilities. At least I would assume so. Or should I focus on strength so you do more damage? Maybe we'll just get strength evened out. So you've got nothing specific to grab. Could just give you even more movement. Wouldn't be a bad call. Or dodge. Or parry. Allowing him to attack with both weapons. Maybe that's the call. Let him attack with both of his weapons. Cost 1 more AP. What does dual weapon specialist do? An additional attack with the second weapon suffers no penalties or increase in cost. The first attack was either a sweep with an axe or shove with a hammer or mace. We could... I think he's got a force mace or hammer or something as his secondary weapon. If we moved it to his first weapon, then we could make use of that. Or we could get him a chain axe. I think we could build him into being a dual wielder, since he doesn't have a lot of great options to choose from. Alright, Heinrichs, what are we doing with you? Looks like your weapon skill could go up to an even number. Certainly not opposed to that. And of all the things I've marked for you, you've already grabbed basically all of them. So let's just unmark all of these so they're not just filling up space. I don't really care about that one that much. Can you get Psyker Terminus? You can. That is a much better choice. So that way your psychic powers are more powerful. Pascal. You could raise your weapon skill, or we could raise your intelligence. We can't raise your weapon skill. Let's raise your intelligence then. Nothing I've marked. There's a lot of options for using Plasma and Melta. But he's using a Force Axe primarily. He's a melee character. At least that's how I've built him. Raises perception by 10. Not critical. Raising his tech use and demolition would be good. We've started running into checks where his tech use isn't good enough. Is there a power weapon feat? There is. More armor penetration. I'll give that one as a maybe for the future. But I think for now we'll grab the utility mechadendrite, just to boost his skill checks. And then for you, Cabela, you can't grab agility. And I could technically boost her strength, but I don't think her attacks are... I mean, maybe her attacks are strength-based, and that's why her attacks are so weak. There's a thought. So we could raise that to a whole number, then suddenly she'd be doing better. Just feels like she's been so focused on agility that if attacks were strength-based, they would have given her some strength. But she's using a sword, but it doesn't seem to be based on her weapon skills. She's still doing... She's plenty accurate. Parry, chance against melee attacks, also increases chance of scoring critical hits. Where's agility accuracy? It improves the character's initiative, dodge chance. The character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction. Character deals 5% more damage with one-handed melee weapons and 10% with two-handed melee weapons. Yeah, I'm gonna give her strength and hope that she starts doing better amounts of damage. Yeah, I just haven't found a lot of great opportunities to give enemies the blood-blessed or blood-stained effect. And that's such a big focus of her class. But you've got to do a special move and only on single target attacks to trigger it. So it just takes a lot of AP. Feels like a lot of her attacks should just cause bloodstained and blood-blessed. They just don't. I could do the same thing with her dueling mastery. Not dueling mastery, dual weapon. Which she does have. And then put her back to using two single-handed swords rather than the dual-handed. But I'm never going to have her use an axe or hammer, which is what the second skill is for. She doesn't use chain weapons. I'm going to go with Bloody Mess, I think. Potentially just do more damage. But yeah, I don't really understand her Blade Dancer archetype. How to make that work more effectively. And even Assassin seems pretty rough. So Cabela now has a lasting injury of a crippled arm that will be in place until we get back to the bridge. Are there any bodies to loot or anything to do while I'm here? Looks like no. Well, Zachary, anything further you want to say while we're here? Your lordship, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? We'll speak later. Goodbye, your lordship. No.
Victory awaits!
So let's go back to the bridge. But the plasma drive chambers is what we need to do for this quest. But the bridge will heal up Cabela. Alright, so Cabela should be healed. So now we will go back out to the plasma generators because we want to deal with this circumstance we found ourselves in. Same people? No, I think we drop Cabela and bring in Argenta. Just so we have another long-range character. It's possible that there will be something to do with blood, like the death cult, but didn't seem like it. The last portion didn't seem relevant. Ross, buddy, what kind of insulation is this supposed to be? If you kill us, Matthias will drag me back from beyond the grave just to give me an earful. Scrap this and start again. I will double check it. Your lordship. The light from the Infernus Master's glow stick reveals his surprise but amiable expression. Arnik's lip is split, and a fresh bruise is blossoming on his cheekbone. Lord Captain, I didn't expect to see you in this compartment. Are you out on a stroll, taking in the sights of your domain? The blue glow of plasma is especially striking at this time of the watch. You're the most mawkish Infernus I've ever met, Master Montag. A burly man in coveralls furrows his bushy eyebrows. His sparse hair stands on end. Your lordship, welcome. I'm Shift Foreman Nige, in charge of this section. If you need anything, I'm here to help. Furnace Master, what exactly are you doing here? Gesture at the bruise. Who did this? Nige, have you ever seen a symbol that looks like a serpent in front of a star? Want to know more about this bay? Shift Mormon, tell me about yourself. What kind of person are you? Yeah, I'm Furnace Master. What exactly are you doing here? I'm carrying out a routine drive inspection. The regulations require scheduled checks to make sure the insulation isn't weakened. The sensors have been tampered with, and the reactor isn't about to blow up anytime soon. Just business as usual. It is strange that the senior officer is conducting the inspection alone. According to regulations, there should be an entire squad of Inferni, and the personal presence of the Infernus Master is necessary only in emergencies. Heinrich, why are you really here? Found me out, have you? Heinrich gives you a wink and pulls on his glow stick. I'm not really here about the reactor. I heard a rumor that you'd gone to investigate the plasma drive chambers, so I thought I'd make sure everything went smoothly. Your lordship is accustomed to associating with people of your rank, or officers at the very least, but here, this place is home to voidfarers or simpler manners, whose clan customs may be unfamiliar to you. The voidfarer of simpler manners furrows his brow. Our customs are decent ones, Master Montag. I'd rather boil myself in plasma than let anything happen to the Lord Captain. No offense, Nige, but if you can find even 3 people in this bay who can give a report without turning the air blue, I'll gladly admit I was wrong. Heinrich grins at the now silent Nige. You're a good bunch. I'd hate to see you insult his lordship with some foolishness and not even realize it. If we're supposed to be doing a investigation into a secret cult, the fact it got bandied about the bridge is not ideal. But okay. It's possible he's in on it, and he's here to just make sure we don't find anything, but I'm not going to assume that yet. Thank you, Heinrich. I'm just keeping an eye out, your lordship. Feel free to ask old Nige any questions you may have. He knows the plasma drive chambers like the back of his hand. That's right, your lordship. If something isn't to your liking, or if you find anything suspicious, come to me at once. Just to the bruises on his face. Heinrich, who did this to you? Heinrich rubs his grazed knuckles. A little gift to remember the enforcers by. We've had a small disagreement. They thought they had the right to beat and starve innocent people while investigating the incident in your lordship's bath chamber. I thought their noses were too straight, and they had too many teeth, so we politely exchanged opinions. An enforcer's baton is pretty sturdy, but not as thick as the skull of a hard-boiled infernus. I have to give it to Jocasta. Her officers earn their rations. They clobber you good. Nige, have you ever seen a symbol that looks like a serpent in front of a star? Somebody keeps daubing it on the equipment and bulkheads. If I find the scoundrels, I'll tear their hands off and send them for servitorization. The ship foreman frowns. Is it some kind of sedition? I didn't know. If you see one of these, let me know. We'll try and find these artists. Heinrich rolls his low stick back and forth thinking, I've also seen it on some of the bulkheads, crates, doors. I just assumed it was a mark of some small clan. Many voidsmen mark their workplaces with family symbols. Alright, I want to know more about this bay. We are proud of our chambers. Power feeds the ship's main engines from here. There are other drives on the ship, but ours is the mightiest. That's to say, we do important work. Working with plasma is dangerous, but we have a good crew, and not too many incidents. The esteemed tech priests are satisfied with us. The machine spirits are all working as they should. The Inferni don't complain about us either. We fix cracks in the reactor vessel on time, and we fix leaks. Alright, Shift Foreman, tell me about yourself. What kind of person are you? Nige looks at you in confusion. I'm a voidsman, your lordship. Grew up on footfall, joined the crew at 14. Spent my whole life in this bay. I've raised no family and made no fortunes, but I've climbed my way up the ranks. I don't know anything but my trade and this compartment. I am my trade in this compartment, Lord Captain. Do I send off my Infernus Master? If he's guilty, having him around is a problem. But if he's not, having him around could help point out things that are unusual. I'm gonna send him away. So we see this compartment as it normally is, without him watching over us. Just in case. Infernus Master, the ship foreman and I shall handle this without you. Return to your duties. As your lordship wishes. I might as well carry out a bay inspection then, since I'm here. I wouldn't interfere in your business. Yeah. I don't know about you. You're seeming awfully shifty here. Alright, Argenta.
Join me in prayer.
You also got a level up. Can't give you ballistic skill, sadly. Could boost her perception. Reduces enemy dodge chance. It's not bad. For agility. Improves character's initiative, dodge chance, and reaction. I think we'll go with perception for you. Over agility. You're not usually up front in danger of being attacked yourself. And then skills. Always the hard part. Or talents, I suppose. Lineage of Hatred, I keep thinking about. Melee Flame and Melta attacks against demons and psykers deal more damage. You don't use Melee Flame or Melta yet. Because we haven't found any great Flame or Melta weapons. So I haven't invested in Flame or Melta for the same reason. And they're all super short range. We'd have to run her forward into like melee combat range effectively. We could do it. But typically we just leave her in the back with a sniper rifle and just shoot things. Yeah, nothing here really calls out to me. I'll grab Litany of Hatred for now. Is that really valuable? Sure. It's just a boost whenever she uses her Hymn of Faith. So now we need to look around and try and figure out what's actually been going on here. Shift yourselves, you brainless lumps. If I catch any of you slacking, I'll leave you without rations. Bunch of no-name people.
A new challenge for me?
Got a servitor over here and something that's sparking. Let's check out over here first. Deck enforcers. Anything of note? Probably not. Nope. Did it break down already? Try turning that thing around manually. It's got an emergency panel on its back. Alright, turn the servitor. With a pitiful clanking sound, the servitor's claw docks with the mechanism and begins to perform the necessary manipulations. Okay. So we've got a servitor that we can turn and have it start interacting with the mechanism, or not.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This looks like a standard Owlcat puzzle, with a bit of a clinking sound. The servitor's claw docks, blah blah blah. So we've got a bunch of servitors that are just not working. Oh, probably to call the cargo lift. So if I try calling the cargo lift, for now, it'll fail. It did not fail. Well, I am incorrect about that. Punished Breacher's Aquila. Enemies within the wearer's area of attack suffer -6 dodge, and allies within the wearer's area of attack gain +6 dodge. Meh. Doesn't seem that important. And then backpack with armor piece piercing ammo. Wow, my mouth is not working. The wearer's ranged attacks inflict 0 levels of bleeding on their targets. What is that 0? Armor penetration divided by 5. So if someone had armor penetration, then they would do bleeding damage. But otherwise that does nothing. Oh, I think I didn't actually grab these. We did also get the ice-covered Aquila that I was thinking about. It replaces... Oh, I don't even have anything in that spot. Perfect. So this goes in the cloak slot. If we chose someone like Argenta, 3 levels of bleeding. 15% armor against warp damage. I think that's worthwhile. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. So that clearly was not a puzzle. Oh. No, that was a puzzle for this. Because now we can't interact with him anymore. I thought we would need to turn this guy as well, because I thought he was an option. He's clearly not facing a useful direction. Esteemed Tech Priest Deltar, this is unacceptable. For the 10th time, you've sent us to the same faulty servitors. It's been over 2 weeks, and we still can't raise the lift that's stuck between our platforms and platform 92M, all because of your servitors. For the love of the throne, decommission these things if you can't fix them. Respectfully, Shiftform and Nige. Nige. And once again, I didn't actually grab it. I just closed the inventory. There we go. I'll talk to you both later. For now, I'm going to keep wandering.
We should deal with this.
Cash note. All this scrapped reads is received, need more. That sounds, yeah, cryptic. Have something. There it is. Okay. I was like, where is that highlighting? It's downstairs.
Follow my lead.
But yeah, I think we'll explore first before we talk to those in charge. No one of note, and no obvious awareness checks to find symbols painted on the ground. Improvised Weber. I don't think I cared about the one we found before. Oh, is that our symbol that we're looking for? Could be. Hasn't been pointed out to us. Which usually I would think it would be with an awareness test. Examine the symbol. You can just make out a faded symbol on one of the tiles, a serpent and a star. There appears to be someone's stash behind it, but the stash has long been abandoned. Yeah, so that is our symbol that we're keeping an eye out for.
It's about time.
Heed these words and commit not the transgression of industrial accident. Praise the Omnissiah thrice, and only then lay your hand upon the lever. Pull the lever with confidence and restraint, for the machine spirit tolerates not haste.
Searching is my observance.
Let's keep looting all the things. But yeah, no one named stands out. I mean, you're talking, your text is in bold when I highlight, but no, Tech Priest absorbed in their work.
I am registering 137 violations of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation here. Initializing enumeration. 1. Keep the through thread as your augmetic eye.
Wow.
Victory awaits.
Huh. Now we're back over to here. Okay, we've been through this whole area, I think. There's another area here that we didn't get down to. Is that over here? Yeah, seems to be these platforms, but we can't actually get to them. But like most of them don't show up as real traversable locations. But I think it's that one does. Which is odd to me. No. These are also showing up. Okay. I think it's fine. So let's get back to you guys. We've definitely found signs of that cult symbol. Can't talk to Neej, so we'll talk to Montag again. Neej bows deferentially. How goes the search, your lordship? There was an old cache under one of the serpent symbols. Show the note. Show the improvised Weber. There was an old cache under one of the serpent symbols. That's just what we need. More secret stashes. I hope there was nothing forbidden in it. Forgive me, your lordship, but Voidsmen are simple folk. I've been trying to warn them off their grubby habits for years, but give them anything worth having, and all they want to do is hide it in a hole like a rat. I found this in one of the caches. What is this? Nisha's thick eyebrows knit together angrily, and you almost think you can see a power charge jolt across them. We've got smugglers on the loose. Who else would be hiding these strange messages? I'll have them all drawn and quartered on the turbine. I will. Now I'd like to find out what they're smuggling. Well, we found this improvised Weber. I found this in a cache marked with a serpent. Neej holds the weapon as if it's going to bite him, sweat beading on his forehead. Machine sparks shake me. A homemade weapon and assembled right in this compartment. The markings are the same as those on local machine parts. This is a very serious matter. It seems someone is plotting a riot and secretly building their own arsenal from scavenged materials right under our noses. We need to find and capture whoever set up these caches and hid the weapons. The shift foreman shrugs sheepishly. To tell you the truth, I'm no good at hunting rule breakers. It's not what I do. You give the orders and we will do it. Set an ambush near the caches. Sooner or later someone will come to check on them, or we shall conduct a raid. We'll turn the place upside down but we'll find them. Set an ambush. I think that's a smarter choice than doing a full-on raid. The shift foreman's thick fingers drum thoughtfully on his tool belt. If these guys are smart, they'll spot the enforcers near the cache and stay out of sight, and your lordship would be spotted even quicker. I mean, that's fair. So we could do a raid. We could have Nisha's people lie in wait, or we can have the Inferni. They often carry out inspections here. No one will suspect them. Question is, who is guilty of these two? I'm going to assume that he's on our side. He's been with us from the beginning. Because if Neej is part of the cult, though you would think that if he was lying, we would get a check to spot that. But if he's with the cult, then having him choose his own people to lie in wait won't get us any information. But same problem with Montag. So yeah, we'll use the Inferni. They often carry out inspections here, no one will suspect them. Hey Montag, come over here. We need a couple of your braver boys and girls for a job. Neej smiles and adds more quietly. We need people to keep watch over something, and maybe to break a few noses. Clenching his fists until his knuckles crack, Heinrich resolutely says, "We'll help. I have a couple of people in mind, tough lads. I'll get them here right away." Okay, so we could still do these other ones as well. I think if we don't find anything with the ambush, maybe then we can raid. But immediately just turning the place upside down feels like a choice we don't have to make now, I hope. Niche, shall we have your people lie in wait? The ship foreman's voice grows quieter. I just wish I knew who to trust with it. Our villain could be anyone from the Bay crew. If we pick the wrong person, we'll blow the whole ambush. We need someone from the outside who won't draw attention to themselves. Okay. Then I'm ready. Let's catch that vermin. Heinrich smirks ominously. He throws the low stick butt on the floor and puts it out with his boot. Consider the dirt bag caught, Ignatius. Wow, you're being extremely suspicious. Oh, you lost something, Bren. Let's give a hand. Get him, boys. Also, walking around with an obvious gun on your back. Like, this feels a lot like the previous quest that we did last week, where someone walked into our interrogation and is like, "Yep, I'm totally guilty. Trust me, I'm guilty," because he was forced to do it with penalty to his family. Like, if someone gave away that this was happening and forced this guy to give himself up in a very obvious show. I don't know. The man kneeling before you has an ungainly build, a stubborn jaw, and a heavy gaze. He looks no different from any other worker in this compartment, except for the tattoo on his forearm, its design resembling a worm devouring a star. I mean, he's got a tattoo, not just some temporary drawings on him. One of the Infernus workers is holding the Weber taken from the prisoner, exactly like the one that was in the cache. The Master-at-Arms regards the Infernus sternly. "The weapon, hand it over. What you saw, keep it to yourself." She forces out the words through clenched teeth. "Your cooperation with the enforcers will be noted." Heinrich does not take his eyes off the prisoner's neck, his lips twisted in distaste. Yeah, let's study the prisoner first. The pigment of the tattoo looks fresh, standing out starkly against the color of his skin, which means that it is a very recent addition. You look closely and notice a pair of scars at the base of his neck, suspiciously reminiscent of an almost healed bite. Okay. The recent tattoo could go along with the suspicion that he was recently forced to do this. But an odd old bite mark on his neck does stand out. Heinrich, you're going to burn a hole in him with that glare of yours. Who is this man? Good work, Heinrich. Were your people harmed or address the prisoner? Well, you feel like talking yet? Heinrich, you're going to burn a hole in him with that glare of yours. The interrogator slowly shakes his head. It's too early for that. Let's see what he has to say first. Who is this man? Shof Galai, servant of the Blessed Lathe Beta 2 Diligence, low-ranking worker, easily replaceable, no apparent signs of mutation. Good work, Heinrich. Were any of your people harmed? Thank you, your lordship. Not a scratch on us. He's a piece of work, right enough, but he's no fuel compartment fire. More like a sparking cogitator. Sarvat glares at him with almost visible jealousy, but Heinrich just keeps grinning smugly. I guess that's true. Because we didn't bring her in on it, we wanted to solve this ourselves. We then had to use his enforcer, or his people, to help. And so Sauerback's probably feeling a little upset that we solved a criminal case without bringing her in it, because that's kind of her job as the leader of the enforcers. Well, do you feel like talking yet? The prisoner gives you the smile of a man condemned and snaps, I've got nothing to say to you, heretic. You're calling me a heretic. Choking with rage, Sauerbeck grabs the maul from her belt and rasps, "Allow me, Lord Captain, please." Or me, Heinrich, menacing scowl, has instantly robbed him of his friendly charm. I'd be happy to oblige. I'm the heretic, am I? Either fear has robbed him of reason, or he has a very skewed perspective. That's what I'm saying. Calm yourself, talk to me, and I will not let these people do what they intend to do. Raise your voice, watch your tongue, peasant. You are in the presence of a rogue traitor. I'll oversee the interrogation myself. Heinrich, make him regret his words, or Jocasta is all yours. No, definitely top one. I'm the heretic, am I? Either fear has robbed him of his reason, or he has a very skewed perspective. The prisoner jerks as if trying to point at you with his tied hands. You're a false believer, a fake captain. You're leading people into the gloom of heresy, away from salvation. Argenta exhales hoarsely. Damn you all, distorters of holy words. Cassia whispers in mesmerized horror. His soul is pale, almost colorless, but alien hues have seeped into it, unthinkable and insane, and they came from without. Yeah, calm yourself, talk to me, and I will not let these people do what they intend to do. If he doesn't talk to me, yeah, we let Jocasta go at him. But if he's willing to talk and explain, maybe we don't. The man laughs with contempt and starts chanting, "Tempting are the promises of heretics, but barren are as the darkness-cursed void in which they bury the souls of those who trust them." Okay, so he's not willing to just talk if we give him the option. We're probably going to have to beat the truth out of him. Watch your tongue, peasant. You are in the presence of the rogue traitor. Terrorize me, torment me, gratify your rotten heart, heretic. Know the strength of the martyr's spirit and come to fear it. The prisoner's eyes flash as he gives you an inviting gap-toothed smile. So do we oversee it? Do we give it to Heinrich or do we give it to Jocasta? We know Jocasta has a very, very strong cruel streak where she likes beating people up just for the fun of it. We've seen that before. There's a very good chance that she will just kill him and not get any answers. At least that's the vibe I've gotten from her. I'm going to oversee the interrogation myself. I've got Abelard, I've got Heinrichs, Argenta, like, we've got people here that can handle this. Even Cassia's vision of people's souls would probably help. Sorry that I have people who, well, specifically Jocasta, that this is her job, but I'm here. I'm going to take it over. As you command, although I believe this zealot will require some effort, questioning fanatics is a long and exhilarating process. Abelard grumbles, and once again, the Lord Captain is doing his subject's work for them. Dirty, bloody work. Heinrichs, I invite you to demonstrate what an interrogator of the Inquisition is capable of. Pascal, make this unit comply. Fill the visioner's head with visions of warped horrors. You will retch up your short-sighted beliefs in your own courage, along with your confession, insect. Athletics inflict physical torture. Inject him with substances that break the subject's will, but be sure not to melt his brain. Alright, Heinrichs, I invite you to demonstrate what an interrogator of the Inquisition is capable of. The interrogator touches different spots on the prisoner's body, coldly commenting on the effects his sorcery is having on the writhing man. He makes his blood boil, then freeze, then boil again. He arrests his heart, then makes it beat rapidly, then back again. At last, Heinrich steps away. That is very brutal, but he's a biomancer. Like, affecting the functioning of a person's body is what his psychic abilities are all about. I am finished, Ignatius. If that didn't suffice, I do not recommend applying biomancy again. We may lose the prisoner. The man whimpers incoherently, but grits his teeth. Your song, I hear it. I won't break. Sauerbeck smiles longingly. Not much longer, your lordship. Pascal, Make this unit comply. Request approved. You watch the shadow of Pascal's mechadendrites advance on the prisoner before the tech priest's frame blocks your view. You hear the shriek of a drill, the crunching of bone, and screams. Well, I guess Pascal's being just as forceful as Sauerback would have been. When Pascal withdraws, you notice 2 bleeding, precisely made holes in the prisoner's skull, as well as his twitching, differently sized pupils. You drilled into his skull? Procedure complete. Insignificant parts of the unit's frontal lobe responsible for motivation have been removed. I expect an increase in the unit's obedience levels. So, partially lobotomized him. Awesome. Pascal's voice conveys as much emotion as the sound of his drill. A gurgling sob falls from the man's lips. Stop, I'll talk. Yeah, after that. I didn't realize Pascal would go quite that far. Sauerback looks at him with a radiant smile. The prisoner's ready to cooperate, your lordship. Whom do you serve? How did the conspirators recruit you? What are you plotting, a mutiny? Whom do you serve? The cult of the ravenous star, the true believers, the righteous, the purest congregation, those who hear the songs of his angel. This angel, is that the old sorcerer who appeared before me and promised my demise? Did he brainwash you all, or is someone else leading you? Old sorcerer? No, the angel is not of the woeful human form. He is splendor. His visage is a divine inspiration of the many-armed emperor. You, faithless one, were granted the honor of gazing upon the Magus, our good shepherd, our messenger. The captive lets out a deranged chuckle. If you behold the angel, you will scratch your own brain out through with your eye. You will scratch your own brain out through your eye sockets, for you would realize the depths of your wickedness before him. Okay. Many armed. A deep furrow appears on Sauerback's brow. Blast it, Lord Captain. We are dealing with extremely dangerous xeno cult that excels at hiding amongst humans. Is it Tyranids? I'm guessing it's Tyranids. I fear you are right, Mistress Sauerback. Actually, please continue. I will correct you should your information contradict credible intelligence. What do you know about our enemy? Very little. As per regulations, every Master at Arms passes on special instructions to their successor. Instructions that more resemble disturbing tales. Some of them mention genetic cults, covert clans, cliques, and sects that all share one common trait: xeno infestation. These things pass themselves off as ordinary people, as rabble or preachers corrupting new groups. They pray to their unholy idol, which they often refer to as the many-armed emperor. They create ever-growing families and produce offspring, hideous at first, but with each new generation more and more human in appearance, and then they rise up. Gene stealers, yep. Gene stealers, Ignatius. That is what these enemies of humanity are called. When such a creature bites its victim, it injects its gene into their body and dominates their mind. Or more accurately, it binds it to the shared mind of the brood. The victim undergoes no visible change, but their offspring will carry the brand of an inhuman nature. Bestial maws, extra limbs, or something worse at times. Horrific genetic outliers. However, the cult makes sure to keep any of their kind with unnatural appearance out of sight. After several generations, the mutants become practically indistinguishable from humans, but then something in their genes once more begets fully developed xenos, capable of beginning the cycle of infestation anew. Why the many-armed emperor? Their arms, Lord Captain. These xenos have more arms than normal. They twist and pervert our faith, possibly for the sole reason that it gives them blasphemous pleasure. And the more likely reason is that it helps them blend in. They hide their heresy behind the veil of normality. Just one more cult like so many others. Moreover, it's possible that they indeed see their deity that way. Such cultists have been known to describe their grotesque xenos masters as beautiful during interrogations. Monsters are angels to them, and the God Emperor's worshippers are heretics. Why did they choose to act among the rabble specifically? The lower decks have plenty of dark corners for the xenos to lie in wait. Commoners are too dull-witted and spineless to identify the threats before it is too late, and at the same time, they are dull-witted and spineless enough to serve as cannon fodder to be thrown at the cult's enemies when the uprising begins. The poor are less likely to pay attention to strange behavior or disappearances. Even if someone sees a genetic monster, they will chalk it up to a bad case of mutation. Meanwhile, the cult attracts the weak and injured, easy prey for their indoctrination. In other words, It makes for a convenient staging ground. What is their objective? Power? Bloody sacrifices to their god? And their end goal is always mutiny. They can prepare for many generations, accumulating weapons and numbers until one day they attack. That day is their day of revelation, the apotheosis of their profane faith. They think that on that day, their blasphemous star children will descend from the void and elevate their worshippers. The creatures that infect the first victim act as scouts for a xenos race known as Tyranids. After creating a gene-stealer cult, the scout evolves into something more complex, an entity called the Patriarch. The collective mind of the brood becomes a psychic beacon for the Tyranids, a beacon that marks the planet as vulnerable. Once the Xenos fleet approaches the infected world, the rebellion begins. The cult strikes the world's defenders in the back, while the Xenos devour all life on the planet. And the cult's true believers certainly do not find the ascension that they were promised. Instead, they all become a bioresource, food. Do you have anything more to add, Heinrichs? I would advise you to prepare for the worst. The cult could have been operating on the ship for a long time, in which case it might already have a small army at its disposal. And I'm not talking about infiltrators with a semi-human appearance. Such cults command strong, fast monstrosities whose claws tear through metal like paper. Psychically attuned mutants linked to the brood's collective mind. Specialized abominations and elite specimens at the top of the cult's hierarchy. The enemy is dangerous and has many faces. So yeah, high-ranking Tyranids I think are regularly tough challenges for space marines. So for normal humans like us, if we went against an army that consists of at least multiple of the high-ranking Tyranids, we would just lose. Though the lower-level Tyranids I think are not as scary for normal people, like more possible to take out. But yeah, if there are any of the ranking Tyranids here, we don't stand a chance. Alright, let's return to interrogating the prisoner. In lieu of answering, Sauerback nods grimly, lost in troubling thoughts. How did the conspirators recruit you? I believed. I found him. I bowed to him. His angel's kin granted me a revelation. It entered my flesh. It let me join the congregation. The man's words devolve into nonsensical muttering. The interrogator touches his own neck in the same spot where the prisoner has his fresh scar. A sign of infection, I'm sure of it. I wish to know everything about your vile cult. We believe in the many-armed emperor. He who waits for his children, cast out into the unknowable abyss. He is kind, merciful. He uproots tyrannies of evil. He sends his angel to the righteous. An angel's kin follow. The man lowers his gaze with an expression of surprise. It seems he has described his paltry religion in its entirety. This is a pawn, a mindless tool. He was brainwashed and forced into submission. He is not even a distributor of ideology. He was merely fed the rudiments, and without trusting him with anything important, they sent him out to serve and die. What are you plotting? A mutiny? Death, yours. Even broken, he musters a spiteful sneer. Fake captain, the faithful are already aiming for your heart. I was ordered to stockpile weapons so that when the fateful hour comes, the righteous would not stand unarmed. I wouldn't say that these improvised Webbers are that much better than fighting with bare hands, but until we are done with the cleanup, every enforcer will carry a combat knife fit for cutting through nets. Where are you hiding? Where are your leaders? In a sanctuary, a tomb. For heretics, a quiet place. The dynastic crypt. The vermin have infiltrated the crypt, holding the bodies of the worthiest servants of the dynasty. No one is allowed inside save for the Lord Captain's personal retinue, and they dared. But how? The crypt's defenses are impenetrable. I presume our next objective is the Von Valentius dynastic crypt. Yes, your lordship, we must attack now while we still have the element of surprise. I will lead the strike force, but I will require your presence and Confessor Abelard's help. Adalbert's, not Abelard. Fierce machine spirits guard the dead. They won't let an armed troop pass without a direct command from the rogue trader and the ring of the ship's confessor. I will meet you at the doors. Casting a glance at the prisoner, whimpering incoherently under his breath, Sauerback adds offhandedly, "And this vile scum, with your permission, I'll throw out the airlock. I doubt he will be of any further use." He has proved far more useful than I expected. He must have been in the cult only for a short time, and the psychic connection to his brethren had not taken root in his mind. No amount of torture would have loosened his tongue otherwise. Heinrich frowns. Things are progressing too smoothly. I don't like it. an option if we were heretical. We are not. Out of the airlock he goes. Yeah, we're not leaving him here. There's no redeeming someone who's been infected by a gene stealer. He dies. He does not deserve an easy death. Give him to your enforcers for training in the executioner's craft. That's brutal. We're not monsters no matter what he thinks of us. Turn him in on the nearest colony for a life sentence on a penal world. No! No! You don't let the gene stealer plague spread. Super no. No, just throw him out of an airlock. That's fine. It will be done, your lordship. Okay. Well, the plot thickens. I guess let's figure out how to get out of here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Not that way. It was this way. To the voidship bridge. So the voidship crypt. Do I need to go to the shrine first to talk to... I don't know if we need to, but I'm gonna go to the shrine to talk to Adalbert to see if he has anything to say, and we can also pray at the shrine to get a bonus in combat.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The Emperor protects your lordship. What brings you to this holy abode? Okay, so he doesn't have anything to say. May the Emperor's blessings be with you, your lordship. Okay, we've said our prayer, gotten our bonus. Let's head down to the voidship crypt. And yeah, I think the same crew makes the most sense. Okay, so we've got Jocasta, we've got Professor Adalbert. Let's talk to him. Adalbert, the ship's confessor, solemnly raises his hands above the altar and speaks mournfully. Heed me, O guardian spirits. We have come to punish a great desecration. Heresy has made its lair in the dynastic crypt and disturbed the peace of our honored dead. I beg you to perform the ritual of unsealing and allow us passage. A hand-shaped panel opens in the altar of unsealing. The panel is lined with sharp spikes. Lord Captain, we now require your blood. The crypt will not open without the rogue trader's genetic signature. Master-at-arms, are your people ready? Ready as never before, your lordship. They are incensed by this profane intrusion and eager to exterminate the menace before the eyes of our departed ancestors. My forces will secure the side sections of the crypt to prevent any flanking attacks. Professor Adalbert, I ask for your blessing before a righteous battle. May the Emperor protect his children who carry forth his cleansing flame. Hear the roar of chainswords and the bellow of autoguns, for they are his voice. Oft do I preach clemency to our noble officers, but this I say to you now, lay aside pity and show no mercy. Show no mercy. Argenta's face brightens in anticipation of battle, and her eagerness spreads to the enforcers. Kinda wish we'd talk to Sourback first, but I was assuming we'd kick things off with Sourback, so I wanted to talk to the Confessor first, but it's fine. Place my hand inside the panel. The panel's mechanical teeth sting your flesh, and you feel your blood trickling down the small ducts into the altar's bowels. You hear a click, and the crypt doors open with a piercing creak. Beyond them, you see nothing but darkness. Sacrilege. The hollowed crypt must remain illuminated at all times to drive away the shadows from the place of the ancestors' final repose. This was done on purpose, I'm sure of it. Our coming is expected. Vanguard, provide the Lord Captain with a Luminator servo skull. She gives you a surprisingly easy smile and bows. Take care, your lordship, and watch out for dark corners. Move out for House von Valencius.
For the Emperor! I'll show you how it's done. Moving out.
Go, go, go! It is that. Absent.
Your lordship, wait, there's been... Heinrich bursts into the ante-compartment and stops short when he sees the open doors and the gloom beyond. Damn it, I'm late. I meant to report an active sabotage. They've cut off the promethium supply to the crypt's lighting. You're walking into an ambush. Why did you fail to discover this earlier? Whether through darkness or well-lit halls, we're going in. Why did you fail to discover this earlier? They cover the tracks well, but I was worried about your safety. Heinrich smiles somewhat sheepishly, which is why I took the liberty of sending maintenance patrols to inspect the perimeter of the crypt. I mean, I'm still thinking there's something shifty about him. Particularly this, but I was, pause, worried about your safety. Your expeditious performance is laudable. Yeah, I guess we'll praise him. He might still be a good guy. But I don't know. The officer bows his head with dignity. You notice fresh oil stains on his coat. It seems he not only sent his underlings, but also went to investigate the area himself. Whether through darkness or well-lit halls, we are going in. I fear we might be underestimating the enemy. The enforcers have already done it once. The Infernus Guild, would join you in this fight if you would have us. To get inside, the aberrations would have to make a passage for themselves somewhere in the crypt's perimeter. No one knows the maintenance tunnels better than us. We could find this breach and attack the enemy from the rear. I doubt a few workers armed with axes and torches will make much of a difference, but we would be honored to die in your name. Arm yourselves properly. A torch seems a poor weapon indeed. Then you will use the means you have to fight and die if it is required of you. Or do not throw away your lives away. Stay out of this. If he's guilty, do I want them to be properly armed? I don't know if I can trust you. I want to trust you, but I don't know if I can. I could just tell them to stay out of it, and we'll deal with it ourselves, but it means that any fights that they theoretically could have helped us with will be harder without them. Or, you know, skill checks that they're needed to deal with. I think I'm going to choose to trust him, which might be a touch naive, but also we've been handling fights well enough that I'm not overly concerned if they do turn on us. And if they're on our side, I'd rather have them be properly outfitted. Like, I'm potentially making a future fight harder, or potentially making a future fight easier by bringing them in, but the middle of the road of just going with what you have feels just weird. So yeah, arm yourselves properly. A torch seems like a poor weapon indeed. Depends on who's wielding it, Heinrich says with a chuckle, but then his expression darkens. The Infernus Guild is banned from taking up arms. Our clan is branded because of our ancestors who were rebels. The station where we originally hail from once rose against Lady Theodore's predecessor. The traitors were killed, and the rest of the station was left stranded in the void to die without air or water. Out of those who repented, the rogue trader selected 1,000 who were allowed on board. Those spared people became the Infernus Guild, repairmen, firefighters, those who bear the brunt of any disaster and are the first to die. That was our penance. It's been centuries, and we still die, not just because our duty demands it, but because we atone for what our ancestors did. The enforcers keep reminding us about it. If they see an armed Infernus, they'll execute them on the spot. Such was the Lord Captain's will. I could remove the brand of shame from the Infernus Guild and permit them to carry weapons, fight, and die for the ship. Or follow protocol and fight with their torches. Those who descend from traitors deserve no trust. You are not allowed inside the crypt. I think I'll leave things as they are. It seems the proper 40k way of handling it, rather than just removing the brand of shame. We don't know the context overly much. So, and he already said that they are good at fighting with torches. Depends on who's wielding it. Also, if we just here and now authorize them to carry weapons and they charge in, no one from the what are they? The enforcers would know about that new ruling and would just cut them down for wielding weapons. It's something to consider when we are in better times, whether we want to remove that restriction. But for now, if you're comfortable fighting with a torch, then fight with a torch. Then you will use the means you have to fight and die if that is what's required of you. We will, your lordship. Dying is second nature to us. The Emperor protects. The Infernus Master and his people leave the hall. The doors of the crypt are open. It is time to step into the darkness. Wait, are they going... They didn't go in, so they must be trying to find back passages that will eventually lead them into there. Okay, it's not what I was expecting. Anything further, Adelbert? Let your thoughts be the rays of his avenging light. An eternal night does fade at the torch of a sun. So let the faces of corruption that lurk in the darkness be destroyed by your hand.
None shall stand in my way.
So we are supposed to have a servo skull to light up our passage for us. Ah. I see light. Though no servo skull to make it. Oh, there you are. Yes, you. Okay. Not great at pointing forwards. Oh, they have it point kind of in the direction of our mouse. That's a neat effect. I appreciate that.
It's about time.
Is the light going to help with skill checks? Like, for me to be able to see stuff, do I need to shine light on it? The gates have been blocked to cut off all possible escape routes for the heretics and enforcers alike. They will not open until your victory has been secured. Huh. So we've got a lot of different passages. Looks like that is a dead end, and this might also be a dead end, but we'll go to the right first.
Victory awaits.
Hello, Servitor. In the pale light of the lumen, the Servitor looks like an animated corpse, but no grave will ever accept a human who has become a thing. Okay, nothing of note. Let's check out this way next. We are rogue traders, and ours is a rare destiny, yet still we remember those who once walked at our side, who served us, whom we honored. Needle pistol shells are scattered across the floor. They do not belong in this realm of tranquil glory. Needle pistols. We can open this sarcophagus?
A new challenge for me.
I guess we shall. steal some goods. Oh, that feels so bad. Master Duelist Gloves. Whenever the wearer scores a critical hit with a ranged attack, their next attack against any target automatically hits and cannot be parried or dodged. What do you have, Argenta? When the wearer uses run and gun, they gain +2 on damage of their ranged attacks. Might save the Duelist Gloves for Irliet. So we've got another passage over here. It's another small room. Remember the deeds of the hero who died to protect the Lord Captain. There are large footprints in the dust, but the 2 feet are of different shapes. One human and one human and the other clawed and horribly mutated. Here lies Alaric Wolfgang of Chester, the first seneschal to have come on board this vessel. Your duty is done. Now others will serve in your stead.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Just trying to make sure I'm doing all the side paths before we go down the main path. The skull gives in, and something clicks beneath it. Somewhere in the dark, a passage opens up with a rumbling groan. Okay, we've opened a secret passage.
What is that?
Somewhere. Glory to the diligent servants of the dynasty who have exalted the title of seneschal. A black viscous substance resembling partially dried saliva is slowly eating through the surface of the monument.
None shall stand in my way.
We heard some sort of monstrous roar. That fresh blood is new. Wires protrude from the servitor's severed head, wrapping around a fragment of its spine. The broken jaw twitches frantically, struggling to shut. So that's still closed, but something killed a servitor, dragged it over here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Did it? Doesn't seem like it ran out this way. Huh. But it definitely looks like it went this way. I mean, possibly it just jumped down to a lower level. I'm gonna re-examine these rooms, particularly since we apparently opened up a secret passageway somewhere. See if anything new stands out.
Victory awaits.
No, this all looks pretty much the same. Don't think anything new here. That's where we pushed the button. Was in this section, right? No, it might have been the next area. Yeah, the button was here.
Follow my lead. The sarcophagus was installed recently, and the inscription reads, "Here Arch-Militant Mort keeps his eternal vigil, protecting in death the one he could not protect in life." So this is where Mort was laid to rest. In the pale light of the lumen, the servitor looks like an animated corpse, but no grave will ever accept a human. A new challenge for me? Yeah. Gate does not yield. The illuminator servo skull's beams reveals the lifeless cable of the entry cogitator snaking into the dark. This must be the secret door that we opened. Presumably that's what led to something getting out and killing a servitor. Yeah, this looks very different and ominous. Marksman's rifle, bunch of batteries, profane blades, breacher's armor. Armor 45%, which is good. The dodge penalty is terrible. Base armor property is 3% more armor and boost perception. We'll have to see who can wear that. And an old key. Because the armor does look pretty good. It's better armor, but that 75% dodge penalty is really bad for anyone that's got some agility and dodge. So probably not us. Yeah, definitely not for Abelard. Probably not. That raises your armor, doesn't change your dodge, and gives a perception bonus, but perception's not his main thing, I don't think. What about you, Argenta? Yeah, that's just better all around. You lose the 5% armor against humans to gain a 6% armor against everything, plus a perception bonus, and she does have good perception, right? It's not bad. That's what she was... No, that's not what she was just wearing. Yeah, we'll give this to Pascal. I don't know when we picked this up, but it is just better. Nothing else in the room besides just this. Above the 100 different names is an engraved inscription: to all who made the highest sacrifice for the dynasty and paid with their life, honor, and name, I will remember you. But we found a key.
None shall stand in my way.
But I don't know where the key goes. Servitor is gone. Fresh pools of blood and embalming fluid drip down into some deep grooves on the floor that look like they were left by monstrous claws. Let's repair this cable, I guess. Okay, we found a way to open a door. Does this computer work now? No. I was wondering if that cable being fixed or having the key would affect that, but clearly not. But now the cables are correctly going all the way, so we can open this door. Into the crypt's main hall.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Forward, faithful pure. So fast. Odd.
Smite the xenos.
Death to the defilers!
Okay. No, so we can't see what it said at the start. You've got some sort of shield around you, it looks like. That's not awesome. I have Oblivion, so that's Cassia that puts this on everyone. You've got a basic psychic staff. Magus marks his zone on the battlefield, and the next round an explosion occurs, dealing 25 to 70 damage. So that's what we saw at the start. Oh, there was the telekinetic dome at the end. What's your deal? Magus suffers no damage from attacks made by creatures outside of the dome. So we need to get people into the dome. So that's probably what we saw at the start, was the trap. But really odd that they set a trap and then some people ran into it just to get hit. Okay, you guys look pretty weak. Yeah, a lot of just weak enemies. Stronghold of the Aberrations. What are you? I thought that was just cover, like a physical object, but you're a creature. Or an enemy of some sort. This unit cannot target adjacent enemies. Stronghold is made of solid stone. It can be damaged by potent telekinetic powers, only like the Magus' telekinetic explosion ability. Let's see. It's got some sort of attack with burst fire. So it's unnaturally tough and shoots out attacks. It has 122 wounds. So it's basically a bunker turret. Huh. Not ideal for us. Let's get our frontline people forward. Pascal can go anywhere, as always. You, aberrant. You're very scary looking. Industrial hammer. Has harsh shove. Does lots of damage. Apparently doesn't shove. A bunch of abilities that we can't determine. You never know what a Gene Stealer cultist is capable of until they do it, or until you get too close. I don't like all of these question marks, whatever that means. Huh. Yeah, we haven't seen this before. We just send Pascal forward to try and take on some of the bigger enemies. Maybe not. He doesn't have a ton of health. He hits hard. But maybe I should just have him try and take on like this guy. Or even a couple of these smaller enemies. I don't know. And then the rest of our ranged people, we have no cover spots. But we do know that if we get close, it can't attack us if we are adjacent. So perhaps we need to get all of our people forward so that we are able to get into those cover positions as easily as possible. Yeah, there's a lot of not great options here. But we'll start our turn here, I suppose. We'll make our melee here.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
and I have no idea what to do about our rear and front lines and whatnot. I'm tempted to move her forward to say here. See if she can hit. Oh, this one's not an enemy. So some of them are. That one's not. I'm wondering if we can hit both of them and hit them, but it seems not. She can hit. Yeah, that hits both of them and this without hitting Pascal. So that's definitely a maybe. If I stepped her even farther forward, she might be able to hit more of them. I mean, out of curiosity, if we moved you here... Oh, it does so little to him. But we are looking at hitting all three of these enemies, plus this building, plus I can get an enemy over there. She's so far forward and out of place. Oh, are we hitting that one as well? No, not quite. That's a lot of damage she's doing. I don't see how I can reasonably pass that up.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
That hits a ton of them. Oh, didn't actually do any damage to the stronghold. I guess that's fair. But if we do a second one, it'll kill several of these enemies. But I'd rather bring it down to get Ignatius set up. So we could do voice of command on Ignatius. And then bring it down. Yeah.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I think this is the right call. Get ourselves set up so that we are psi rating 4, I think, now.
Not a problem for me.
Could I run and gun right now? Even though it's not even my turn.
Nothing I can't do.
Apparently. So we can just kill basically any of the small fry. If I moved him forward... we could get a good, solid starting hit on this aberrant before he even has his turn. That doesn't sound bad to me.
All too easy.
I'm not thrilled with him being that far forward.
Value has been lost.
Oh, and the extra attack killed a guy. Perfect. Let's go with Inflame. Just get more burning going around.
Already done. Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
It's another big hit on us, but the aberrant's like half dead now. And that will just get better every turn. Alright, that's the end of Ignatius' free turn. Back to Cassia, her turn's over. Now you guys are going to cause problems. Okay. Mark the spot under Cassia, that's fair. Okay, you used Endure. Ow.
Focus, Van Callox.
Yeah, I'm worried about these gene stealers as well.
Brace yourself, Avalar. Deliverance.
Okay, so far so good.
Reading damage to bulk.
And now we're on actual Ignatius's turn. Because I could do something like Firestorm right here. Maybe that would start doing some damage to this. Would kill them, put a bunch more damage on the Aberrant. Or should I? No, I can't really. I mean, I could take out some of these weaker guys. Because if I just hit one, they die. The secondary damage kills the other. But that feels like a waste of Ignatius's turn to take out the small fries. Though potentially if I can take out enough of them in a single turn, I would get back the Rebel and Slaughter, so then I could run and gun again. Let's Firestorm you.
Nothing I can't touch. What's your biggest?
Did a little bit of damage to this, but I don't think we're going to be taking these out. It's just not looking like that's in the cards. I do have another use of Ignite. I could try taking out this guy. He might survive a hit, but it would probably kill another one. If I do take them both out, that'll be enough for Rebel and Slaughter. I think my chances are reasonable.
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
High momentum, good. We can do Rebel and Slaughter, which will allow run and gun again.
Already done.
Crazy movement at this point. Not sure I want to get you that close, though. But it would put you in less danger. If I put him here, this thing can't shoot him. And none of these enemies back here could hit him either. But I don't know about that. Is there a place I could get this guy lined up with someone else for the purpose of Melta? I mean, technically I could hit that. Oh, we do need to move out of this space. Regardless. Because if I was like here, a Melta would hit it and go through to hit this. For whatever little value that gives me. And I'm sure I can't just Melta this away. As silly as that is. I don't really want to be standing out in the open. So maybe I do move here. If I melted you, then it just kills you. Well, that's tempting. Yeah, just delete this thing.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Is anyone still on fire that I could orchestrate flames to benefit? Doesn't seem like it. Same problem with doing inflame again then. So I think I will just end my turn here. Alright, Heinrichs. Let's have you speed yourself up.
Let's see to it.
And Iron Arm.
Naturally.
Is anyone overly hurt? Heinrichs himself is, and Cassie a little bit. So I could do Invigorate. Get a bit of healing. You don't really have a good way of killing these two, do you? No. And you could use a pistol, but... you shot at them. Yeah, those chances are so bad. Because I could go here and attack this one and kill him, but then we can't charge. And then we have no way of actually getting to be adjacent to both, so that I could charge into one and then still move to attack the other. This charge kills our movement. No, wait. If I have you go something like this, and then charge to attack him, there we go. That's the plan.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
You charge here, kill him,
Done with this one.
then you still get a strike, which you can use to kill him. Yeah, that was the play. Then you have one more action, either Endure, or we could do Word of the Emperor on basically our whole team. Can't quite get up there to Ignatius, but that's probably fine.
I won't object to it.
And then Invigorate is free. Probably put it on Cassia. She is up ahead more so. Wow, that was a huge jump in degradation. And then you can do Endure on yourself. Ow. Yeah, I'm not excited to fight those two Gene Stealers. Pascal, you are in a bad spot. I was kind of hoping that he would manage to... like, I was hoping we could take out these, because they're just doing crazy damage to us. But, no. Or I could send Pascal ahead to get into these fights, but I don't know. Someone's got to take this guy out. Probably one of my more melee characters. Abelard, I don't think... Abelard could charge there. I think he's spent the entire rest of the fight just trying to run up here. Argenta could take him out. That's right. She's got guns. They'll do fine. If I had you take out this gunner or marksman, they're just slightly too far apart that we can't hit all of them. No? If you were here and you used your burst attack, yeah. No, that works. So go there. Use Analyze Enemies to increase your damage on this one. I don't like how injured he is. There's a very good chance I'm going to get him killed here. And we can see what little damage he does to this as well. But my guess is basically none. 2 damage. Yeah, and you're left with 1 health. That's not according to plan. I don't suppose this will hurt you. No. And you don't have anything that just does a little bit more damage on an attack. Sadly. Well, heal yourself. That's probably the most useful thing you can do at the moment. But there's a reasonable chance he's going to get attacked by everything, and Pascal will go down. But I don't want to do Reckless Abandon to drop his health. That seems foolish at this point. Argenta. You have the free single attack, which won't necessarily kill him. That's disappointing. But I think I will put her here so that she's in cover and it can't shoot at her. She can take out some of these other enemies. That does so little to the Gene Stealer. What do I want to do? I like the idea of taking him out with a free shot. But is that the damage it's showing for just a basic shot? Yeah, it is. Oh, you're so weak. So if we're doing 25%, oh, 52% rather, it's not going to kill it. I can't even guarantee that this shot would kill it.
Doubt is for the weak.
Go for it, though. Yeah, it didn't kill it. Alright, now you claim the bounty.
Faith
Just finish him off.
is worth. None can escape the Emperor's
There
judgment.
you go. Then run and gun. That allows you another shot, which you could use to take out this one, so he's not going to be a problem, since he's basically gone anyway. That might be the best use for her, is just picking off enemies that are just barely still alive. Ooh, and a chance of over-penetration to attack that one. I guess I should also have you mark some prey. So we'll go with this Gene Stealer. You could be prey. What is your difficulty rating? Only a 2. You're a 3. You're a 4. 3. Okay. I will still mark you. Then I think I'm going to... If you attack this one, is there a chance you'll hit the one in front? No. This gives a chance to over-penetrate through to attack the one in back. Okay, just take that shot. It's fine. Okay, and you did get a good hit on that one. Perfect. And do Fury... No, we don't need Furious Recital. You already have plenty of... Or we have plenty of motivation. I could use this. I have 3 prey. Who else could I mark? She can't see either of them. There's no point targeting the Magus because he's immune. We could mark this guy as prey just to mark someone. Sure. And then we could use this. Makes several attacks equal the number of prey, 1 at each. The attacks always hit and score critical hits. What's between this one? They seem the same. Oh, all enemies within the area effect within a 1 cell radius. 36 cell radius. So this is for melee attacks, this is for ranged attacks. So I could have her use this. She makes critical hits against each of the ones that are marked. And then we use Furious Recital, where we should get a good amount of momentum. If I did that, though, I guarantee our momentum would be back after just Abelard's turn, so that on Cassia's turn, she could give a turn to Ignatius. I can't, really. But I think Ignatius is the one who's going to be able to turn the battle single-handedly, so I need Cassia to have the momentum available on her turn. I just am not confident we'll have it back with just a Furious Recital. Grants an additional 4 momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5 cell radius, which is none, or was hit by her this turn. We'd be hitting 3 more enemies. If Sister Battle hits a demon or chaos cultist, the additional amount of momentum doubles, but it's not. They're xenos. And therefore I don't think they count as a chaos cultist. And we could do Cole the Bold. Cole the Bold. Use the ability to attack all 3 of them. It's probably fine. Let's give it a shot. See what happens. So attack all enemies within, or all prey within 36 cells. See if this is actually a useful ability. Do I click on the prey I want to attack? Okay. Start with the Gene Stealer. Although we could start with those we want to have a more likely chance of killing, since it's a guaranteed crit and it'll get the bonuses, because kills are how we get momentum back often. But I want the extra damage to go to the Gene Stealer.
In thy light I stand,
Start there.
and thy light I crave. Why I was chosen. Are you my emperor?
Alright. None of them died. Not terribly surprised. I don't even think with the bonuses of that first shot we would have been able to kill this one, as weak as they are. Do a Furious Recital. That got momentum nearly back up. If Abelard can do something useful on his turn, we might have it in time for Cassia's turn. Or if an enemy just happens to burn to death on their own. But as it is, Abelard is so out of position to do anything useful. And have you charge from here and get a ways up. But that's really all he can do. Just run forward with his whole turn.
Indeed.
Go for an endure. Yeah. Unfortunate. You do get a turn before Cassia, and you should burn to death. Who else do we have? Unified Hybrid Marksman. You're going to be fine. And the Stronghold is going to be fine. I mean, I could just use Forced Distraction to try and ensure that this focuses on, hopefully, Abelard rather than shooting Pascal. It's a thing to do. or brace for impact. Oh. Didn't realize that that would immediately go into effect, but it's fine. Do I actually want to move Ignatius? Or am I fine with where he's standing? I'm actually kind of fine with where you are. Pascal can move. So if he's adjacent... If I put him here, actually... He's adjacent, so this can't shoot him. And he would be adjacent to the marksman, which I think poses penalties to him using his weapon. So I think he dies at the start of his turn, so it doesn't matter. So maybe I'll just put him here. So he's in full cover, and he can't be shot by the stronghold. I think that's basically all I can do with you. You're just too far away. Okay, Abelard was shot, which is ideally who would get attacked. It's Cassia's turn, and we did... Oh, hello, you two. That wasn't part of the plan, so she needs to move for sure. I did not realize that enemies would be pouring out of these. That's a problem. So she needs to move out of this range without question. But we have the momentum to give Ignatius a turn. Which I guess I will do... Technically give him bring it down, but I don't think he gets to move in that case. And I don't know how much he can see from where he is. He'd be able to kill both of them with just the bring it down. Maybe that'll be afterwards. Let's do this first. Finest hour.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
So you get a free turn. I want to get into a position where I can see all of these guys. But I also want to still have access there afterwards for the bring it down, if I wish to just kill them. If I went here, can I Melta through both of them? Fortunately, no. Dude, we nearly killed the Gene Stealer in a single hit with a Melta. What? Is there a position I can get to where I can hit both of them? Yes. Well now. That seems incredibly overpowered. Does Ignite... Yeah, it does double damage with Ignite. Well, Melta both of them. I think that's a great starting point. Goodbye. Then Melta this one. Oh, because he took damage from that effect, where you do half the damage to another enemy. So you're now ready to just instantly die. High momentum, always good. Can you see anyone else to attack? No. Yes. I didn't even see you guys show up. I don't know what the difference between a gunner and a marksman is. They both have the same health. So I don't know which one is scarier and needs to be killed.
Nothing of value has been lost!
But I can then Rebel and Slaughter, which will allow run and gun. Oh, I didn't even see you either. I'm definitely not paying attention. No, so there's nowhere I can go that would allow me to Melta through both of them, which is fine. I think we'll take out this guy. Our melee-focused allies might be able to get to them.
Nothing I can't do.
You just take out him.
Stand a chance.
Then we can orchestrate flames or ignite. The only enemy who's on fire, though, is just this one in the back. So let's orchestrate flames on you, just to make sure you stay on fire. I don't think you're going to actually die at the start of your turn. 22 fire and 3 bleed is 25 damage and you have 26 health. So I could force it along with Inflame. Yeah, why not?
All too easy.
Let's make burning better in the future. And that will be the end of Ignatius's free turn, though he could theoretically use some of his superiority stuff, but it's fine. Now you still need to move out of this space. I wonder if I gave him a turn, could he Melta through there? Hit multiple. Maybe. There's no cover that she can get to, unfortunately. So just pull back here, I guess. And bring it down on Ignatius. It's ridiculous.
Careful not to cross my gaze.
So he's got his free turn. She's no longer in this zone, which is good. Can you, in fact, Melta through? Hit 2 of them. You can't. Oh, and you could hit Argenta. That would be bad. Alright. I guess... kind of want these 2 dead. Someone else. Maybe Heinrichs? Maybe Pascal? Someone can deal with this.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
That one was left alive with 4 health. Ugh. Would be nice to take this one out, though. Yeah, we're gonna take this one out.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Someone else can deal with that one. And again, there's no one to orchestrate flames on because everyone keeps dying. We do have an AP left. I could use it. I could Rebel and Slaughter and run and gun again. It's like we have an AP left. I could just use the demolitions here because we need this opened up. Or we could use this being opened up.
Already done.
Oh, I can't run and gun again?
Absolutely not.
Fine. I guess that's fair. Back again to Cassius' turn. Can you even see enemies to do anything with? From where you moved? Probably not. No, she can't see them. So all she can do is things to hurt this one. I guess go for it. See if you can kill him by movement. No? made the willpower. I'm leery to do this. I can probably find a spot that I'm not going to kill allies. Actually, this just seems fine as is.
As duty demands.
Okay, that worked out. Wish you were adjacent because you're probably going to get shot. It's going to make me unhappy. That'll be your turnover. He is focusing. No, I guess this time it's Ignatius. It wasn't Cassie again. Oh, dude.
Don't know what to do.
They did enough damage to drop Ignatius with his ongoing burning. That's not ideal. That is not ideal. Alright, the rest of you have to take out this fight on your own without Ignatius to do everything. That is a shame. These bunkers are really bad. Just the amount of damage they do with no way to stop them. So they just seem to be immune to all damage. And I doubt we can just invigorate to get Ignatius back up. I mean, maybe we can. I guess that's a question. Can I use invigorate? No. Is anyone else severely injured? Pascal is wounded. I could use it on him. No, let's charge forward.
The Emperor is on our side.
Just to get moving forward. Probably have you endure again.
Lord Captain.
Invigorate on Pascal.
Object to it.
Then I could do warp speed or iron arm on Abelard or Pascal. Maybe warp speed on Abelard.
See to it.
Get him sped up a bit. And call that good. Alright, Pascal. You should have no trouble doing significant damage to these guys. If you used your burst hit, I guess if I moved him up, it's going to end your movement, right? Yeah. If I put you here, does not kill. I'm really also worried about what happens to Ignatius still within this realm of the trap, since he's obviously not going to move out of it. I don't know. We could do Reckless Abandon to do more damage. I don't think so. Just the large amount of wounds. I mean, temporary hit points is probably fine to make the exchange. And it would give us more damage. Yeah. Let's just go for it. There we go. And this one dies and that one might die. Perfect. Is it down to just this one guy left? Just the Magos and then the buildings that are ruining my day? Yeah, there's not like a switch we could have pulled or something to turn these off. It's weird. This is a rough fight.
My vow is to serve.
Yeah, I guess that's that. Shenta, there's not a lot you can do. Because he can negate all damage from external. And I doubt you're going to be able to get all the way up here before the fight's over. And if you aren't adjacent to this one will shoot you. So I could step her a little bit forward, but then she's exposed to the others. Let's do Revel and Slaughter. That'll allow you to run and gun again. And then I can see how far that'll take you.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Just to start moving forward. Use some cover from that one.
The
I guess.
Of the Emperor will be undone.
Then maybe just reload.
I'll do it.
Not a lot useful stuff to do with your turn. It's now Abelard's turn. He's got tons of movement because of the warp power, warp speed that he got. This one's not one that he needs to be adjacent to, so I guess just move as far as you can, and then charge. Wow, you can actually charge really far. But I think that'll be fine. No, no, no. Well, I guess finish your charge by attacking this guy. And then endure. There's not really anything left for him to do on his turn. I guess you can go into a defensive stance.
It will be done.
And we will call that good. Take your shots. Ooh. Okay. Oh, was that guy just killed an ally then? I guess so. I did not realize. Now I feel a little bit bad that I killed. Oops. Although you guys are going to be in the way of my melee characters. Like, by a lot. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Can you create a new front line here? Kind of. You can't really see any good spots, but you could go here, and that's not bad.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
And then go with kill zone.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Bring it down doesn't allow them to move. Yeah, it's just action points. Although I don't know if he could charge. But he wouldn't be able to get to it. He could just charge one of these Infernus workers and murder them. Which isn't good. We could do voice of command just to give someone some boost.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Then I guess we can go bring it down.
I am a navigator, not a serf.
Is there... Yes, you can charge on voice of command. I wasn't certain. But that means we can get Heinrichs moving forward again. How far can you charge? Not terribly. You can go to here. That's something. There's just really nothing else for you to do. So I guess end your turn. Okay. Poof. They're gone. Ow. Okay, that one went off, but it didn't seem to do anything further to Ignatius. Heinrichs. How far can you get? Looks like to here. I doubt you can charge around that corner in any meaningful way because Abelard is just really in the way. Darn. But you could go here.
Step aside.
Then what? You could do another invigorate on Pascal. Or use it on yourself. Do Word of the Emperor. Cover yourself in Abelard, and then go with Shield of the Emperor. Or Purge Soul. No, it does no damage because you're not in the bubble, of course. Let's go Word of the Emperor. To affect both of you.
Naturally.
And then Shield of the Emperor.
Glory.
Invigorate on yourself to heal. We're getting a bunch of warpy stuff happening. I wish you could charge, but Abelard's in your way. Abelard, do you still have warp speed, or is that a one-turn buff that we gave you? No, you still have warp speed. So we could give him Iron Arm as well.
I won't object to it.
Could we give warp speed to Pascal? We can.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Just keep warp buffing everyone. And that'll be the end of your turn, Heinrichs. Pascal. There you go. You can actually get all the way up to here, which is still not close enough. Actually, it is because of your area attack. That still not showing any damage. But you're definitely within the bubble from there. Go there. Is that really not... Oh, I totally just moved Heinrichs into this area attack. That's a problem. That suddenly occurred to me. Analyze him. There we go. Now we're showing real damage. go reckless abandon, but you're already hurt enough that I don't want to. And you have no damage over time effects currently. No, I think we just need to hit. Do some damage. 70 damage. Not bad. And now we have some damage over time effects. That's 16 bleed. We still have 293 health. That's not cool. Yeah, do joint analysis. So then my allies can do more damage. I think we're going to call that good for Pascal's turn. Yeah, nothing else really stands out. Argenta, not a lot you can do either. Just keep moving forward. But until you're within the bubble, you can't do anything. I mean, there's no harm in me taking this shot, but it does 0 damage. I doubt a grenade would be different, even though the attack would be from inside. But the attack is being sent from outside. Alright, Abelard, you can get outside of this range, which is nice. So let's move you, say, here. And then charge. That's totally viable. And if we did that, we could do Reckless Strike and Sworn Enemy. 2 AP.
Victory is imminent.
Which I think we'll do.
Indeed.
Then we charge. For a good solid strike. With a good parry. Nice. And I could do defensive strike, or I could do another attack. I will do the other attack.
At your back and forth.
Good. Now, because he's got dual wielding, he can also do this attack. But then he can't endure this turn. Or defensive stance.
I will do my duty.
But I think another attack is worthwhile. Yeah, you're doing some pretty good damage, Abelard. Ow. That's a lot of hits. I think, Cassia, I need you to just do good buff things from back here. From there, could you bring it down on Abelard? You cannot. Are you unable to see him from here? Maybe. Would you see him better from here? Or is he too far away? Might be too far away. If we did... Or maybe these are blocking line of sight. We did voice of command. No, we can't use it on anyone. Which is odd to me. It's gotta be just a line of sight thing. What other options do I have that are useful? Since only people in melee range or within the bubble can hurt him. If we had a tiny bit more momentum... Oh no, she couldn't give another turn with that. She's already used it. So even if our momentum was up there, it still wouldn't work. What options do I have? I wish there was something I could do to pull Heinrichs out of position because he's about to get blasted. I could give him a defensive bonus. 11% dodge. It's not nothing. This zone already has kill zone in, I believe. No. Alright, let's put you here. We can't voice of command anyone useful, unfortunately. Or bring it down. We can bring it down on Heinrichs. We can set this up as a kill zone. Possibly even moving it there, so it covers everyone.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered
So let's do
around.
that. Then we turn it into a kill zone.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Still want voice of command to work. But we can give another turn to Heinrichs. And see what that opens up to potentially move him out of this zone. He doesn't get any movement points. I know that. But I'm wondering... Immediately restores all AP and MP and gains +6 movement points until the end of turn. They do not lose movement points after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. That, I think, is our solution. What's this one? Until the next turn, the Vanguard attacks each enemy that attacks the Vanguard's allies in 3-cell radius. No. Use this one. We've got our high momentum. And I guess technically you could charge. But... no. Daring Breach. Which means I could put him here and then have him charge. So then he gets his charge bonuses.
Let's see to it.
And he's outside of the blast. Not doing nearly as much damage as Abelard did. We could go psychic damage. It doesn't show that it does more damage. May trigger psychic phenomena and perils of the warp. I don't know if we want to risk that when the degradation is so high. Feels like just asking for problems. So you still have, yeah, all of your warp speed and iron arm, I'm sure. Warp speed, iron arm, word of the Emperor. Good, good, good. We could do Purge Soul, that does some damage. 22 to 27 versus your sword. 24 to 33. No, sword's better.
Naturally.
I think just keep attacking since you have no attack limit. There we go. Unfortunate that Ignatius went down early on. We teleported over there and then woke up. The old man before you resembles a human being, but the scaled bony growths going from the bridge of his nose to the top of his bloated hairless head, the grotesque cheekbones, and the black claws on his meaty fingers leave no doubt that this creature is a genetic aberration. He utters in a creaking voice, black spittle spraying from his mouth, "You have spilt the blood of the congregation. You have offended the purest of his chosen children. You heretic!" The creature's last words elicits a nervous laugh from the nearby enforcers. The irony of this embodied perversion of the human form, accusing you of heresy, is not lost on them. The confessor's whispers a quiet prayer. The Master-at-Arms is watching the old man's every move, her lips twisted in contempt. Master-at-Arms report, Heinrich. I see that you found the hole through which the mutants wormed in their way inside. Master-at-Arms report. Sarbak's gaze remains trained on the mutant. You notice deep wounds on her chest and shoulder, but she shows no signs of acknowledging their existence. Strike forces have cleared the side sections of mutants. The freaks fought like madmen, but they could not match the skill of the Von Valencius enforcers. Once victory was secured, our pursuit units made sure that none would escape. Our flamer squads are in the process of purging the crypt. All degenerates confirmed dead. Jocasta Sarbak, I pardon the enforcers, their negligence that led to treason endangering the ship. You and your people have proven yourselves. Sarbak, I've rectified the consequences of your blunder, but that does not mean I've forgotten who was responsible for letting the taint spread on my ship. That's a bit rough. Gene Stealers are very good at what they do, so I'm not going to blame her for not doing better than anyone else. I pardon the enforcers for their negligence that led to treason endangering the ship. You and your people have proven yourselves. She bows her head respectfully and her expression relaxes. She responds with a weak smile. Thank you for restoring our honor, Lord Captain. Heinrich, I see that you found a way inside. I see you found the hole through which the mutant scum wormed their way inside. We have. The discovery cost the guild 68 souls. It was crowded in those tunnels. They set monsters on us, but few things can scare someone who has seen a fire in the arsenal bay. And Adelbert, how much of the crypt has been desecrated? The accursed spawn have disrespected the spirits of the dead, but thankfully they did not have enough time to wreak as much destruction as they could have. Many tombs were disturbed, but what is the most outrageous, Adelbert carefully presents you with a sapphire blue gemstone. They spot to despoil Lady Theodora's urn. After her ladyship's cremation, her ashes were made into this magnificent relic, an example of resilience and purity. One of the heretics dared to lay claim to it. Abelard stares at the gem with a crestfallen expression. His lip twitches as if he is struggling against a new wave of grief, or else enraged at the thought of someone so heinously violating Theodore's rest. He forces himself to look away without saying a word. Do all rogue traders have their remains turned into gemstones? We could keep it, or we could return the relic to her urn. Probably return it to the urn. I have no need for Theodora's gem. Do all rogue traders have their remains turned into gemstones? Not all, no. Tradition demands that the Lord Captain's body be buried, so that no one could use the samples of their tissue or blood to gain access to the ship's systems that require the rogue trader's genetic imprint. Lady Theodora herself once voiced her desires to be turned into a stone. Well, return the relic to Lady Theodora's urn. I will perform the ritual and pray in hopes of easing Lady Theodora's anger. The ashes of the other eminent dead, whose rest was disturbed, will be transferred to the Reliquary Chapel. Rites of redemption will be held day and night. Thousands of the ship's crew will be allowed to kneel before the relics and pray for the Lord Captain's health and the dynasty's prosperity. Well then, let's see what the ringleader has to say. You shall perish in the cold void. Your heart shall beat its last under the light of uncaring stars. Your lungs shall become trees of ice within your chest. You will never receive the grace of the many-armed emperor. The old man calls curse after curse upon you with spiteful satisfaction. I don't want the grace of the many-armed emperor, thank you very much. I have words to say to you as well, heretic. Every beast akin to you shall perish in the flames of purgation. Their hearts shall burn away, and their lungs shall boil until their chests burst. You promise us death? We are already cutting through your vicious spawn. The old man lets out a hateful shriek and starts thrashing like a monster of the warp before a holy image. Sarbak, make it hurt, or nudge one of his wounds with the toe of your boot. Sauerback, make it hurt. I've been waiting for this. The sounds of your voice hangs in the air as the steel toe of Sauerback's mag boot pulverizes the man's knee, and bone shards shred his decrepit flesh like shrapnel. The old man doubles over, but is not in pain or fear, but burning hatred that contorts his face. Go on, torture me. I'll endure it all. My time may be up, but you are all doomed. I will gladly spit the words of truth in your face, and they will burn you like acid. In death, I will ascend to the hosts of pure voices, and I will await the day when you will pay for the shed blood of his children. It was you I saw in that vision. Are you the leader of this spawn? What are you, mutants or xenos? Who is this many-armed emperor? Why did you make your lair here in the crypt? It was you I saw in that vision. Are you the leader of this spawn? The mutant erupts in wet, slurping laughter. Gross. I am the herder of the pure. The many-armed emperor has blessed my mind with the ability to behold him. I guided his children until you came and slaughtered us, heretic. The loathsome tribe has spawned a sorcerer, Sauerback grimaces in disgust, no doubt to help them brainwash more victims and swell the cult's ranks. Psychic ability, human-like appearance, high status within the cult. I believe we are looking at a so-called magus, a psychically gifted gene stealer cultist. The cult's elite. A magus' specialty is recruitment and subjugation. This is just a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. What are you? Are you mutants or xenos? His face becomes a gloating grimace. We are the pure. We are the congregation, children of the many-armed emperor, the genetic perfection of existence. You will never understand. You are of inferior flesh. Your genes are woven from feebleness and misery. We are the new curve to the spiral. We are one, and thus we are strong. Pascal's visor flashes scarlet, growing brighter with every word. This statement is false. Only the true flesh is perfect. You are a scrap of ignorant meat, and this vaunted genetic perfection, which you are not, will be ground into nothing by the cogs of the Omnissiah. The old man shrinks and hisses as his face is bathed in the red light of the visor, itself framed by the shadows of writhing mechadendrites. It's so funny where we're just like, you know, you're clearly mutant or xenos or something off with you. We know, obviously, xenos, but apparently we don't know. And Pascal is just like, no, only metal is perfect. Both normal flesh and your warped xeno flesh are clearly imperfect and would ground into nothing. Who is the many-armed emperor? The true God who comes through the void to us, his devout children. The universe is an abyss of horrors, and only he can save us. But not you, vile heretics. You are all doomed. Why did you make your lair here in the crypt? None wander in here. We are free to offer our prayers without fear of discovery, and the sight of dead heretics was pleasing. Trampling your bones was a righteous act. That is why I ordered the pure to sunder the walls of your bone vault and make this place a sanctuary for the congregation. He sneers. Huh. We failed a demolition test. The malice alight in the abomination's eyes leaves no doubt. No barrier could have stopped him, intent as he was on committing sacrilege. Potentially if we had succeeded, maybe we would have figured out a way to stop them from being able to get in here in the future. I don't know. Now I see why so many inspectors in the adjacent compartments have had accidents. Are there more of your freaks on board? Where did you even come from? 40 years ago, the profaner Theodora, the false sovereign, stopped at the trade outpost Herioch's Rim and replenished her crew. The outpost had long served as a bastion of the pure. My brethren and I were chosen to embark on our ship and prepare it for the coming of the many-armed emperor. This uprising against your godless dominion has been many years in the making. Awareness test failed. We are failing a bunch of checks right now. Herioch's Rim. That cesspool of abomination must be burned. Who knows how many ships they've infected over the decades. That's true. If every ship that goes through and picks up crew is picking up gene stealers to just send them elsewhere in the galaxy, that's... a deep purge needs to be done there. I've had enough. Hang this carrion. The man's face twists and rages, his milky eyes bulge. He hisses, "The many-armed emperor cometh. The true God shall avenge us, and when he does, I will laugh." His string of doomsaying is silenced by a kick from the master at arms. much holy fire is needed. Alright, we got another level up, which I will take care of, but we are well over time, so I'm going to leave the rest of talking to people and wandering around and whatnot for next stream. But we'll do this on this stream. So we get a new ability. Did I get any new psyker abilities by having the next rank of psyker terminus? It seems not. That one only helps with adjacent. That one's kill 8 creatures in one combat, which is super rough. Psyker gains inscribed soul. It costs no EP, but deals direct damage to the psyker equal to 25% of the psyker's maximum. The next psychic power will... yeah, doesn't seem great. I guess I've yet to see anything terribly awful with getting our Veil Degradation to max and triggering psychic phenomena and perils of the warp. So the idea of doing 25% of our maximum health to us just to stop having some perils of the warp feels not needed. Yeah. No, I think I'm just going to keep focusing on being a better psyker. We'll just raise our resolve. It's fine. Cassia. I guess we'll grab that one. I've been thinking about it for a while, so might as well. Abelard. I don't know. We'll go with that one. Penalize their dodge. Enemies dodge. It's probably good. Kind of like this one. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight, which is a lot, including the Psyker themselves. Increase the Psyker's critical damage. Psyker's Psi rating increases by 1 until the end of combat every time an ally uses a heroic act. Dude. No, that's super good. That's very good. potentially giving him several pluses to his psi rating. We'll just go with that. Boosts power weapons. And then lastly, Argenta. Doing more damage anytime an enemy is killed by a crit. I think we'll just go with that. Call that good enough. And so that's where we're going to end the stream since we are way over time. And next time we will take the time to talk to the confessors, look around at the bodies, whatever else is left in here. But we'll deal with that then. So I hope you all had fun, and I'll see you next time. Bye.